Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Ken's Counseling Couch. I am your host, Ken Jennings KF. Sorry for the delay. It has been one hell of a weekend again. I apologize for missing last week as well. There has been so much shit going wrong with my house. I have been half tempted to burn it to the ground to collect the insurance, and part of me was legitimately considering it because I know the ways to do it without getting caught. But of course, I just gave myself away should I ever get doxxed. So there you go. So it's maybe a coping mechanism to protect myself from burning down my own house. Because, yeah, you get the idea. Yes, I understand I am late and gay. Uh, Not only have I had to repair my hot water heater and install a brand new one, dick with my AC, and do some installation of parts on that as well. I had to tear apart some parts of my wall to fix leaky plumbing due to the hot water heater breaking, because it looks like, due to how old my hot water heater is, I came very close to having a MythBusters to the moon with my fucking hot water heater. When I cut it out and pulled it out of my the little closet it's kept in, you could see on the back where it had started to bulge where the seam was, and there was a like separation of 1 to 2 inches of a gap you could see. And also, it wasn't installed properly. There was no expansion tank. So yeah, let's just say Ken has spent way too much fucking money over the last couple weeks trying to fix everything. In an effort to save money, I've still spent hundreds of dollars that I really don't have the spare, but oh well, it is what it is. Now I can finally take proper hot shower or bath, whatever, you know, the mood is. The wife is happy about that one though. I did earn brownie points in that regard. But I think sometimes she forgets that, the whole "I'm disabled, I have a bad back" thing actually means something, and that I can't always do everything like I would like to. So, but oh well. So today we're going to briefly celebrate the heroes of D-Day, the Normandy invasion of Europe, the people, the massive, the world's largest naval assault ever, basically, uh, with the lowest amount of casualties that you would expect for such a situation. We actually predicted many, many more times the casualties that we actually suffered on the Normandy landings. Say, but D-Day and the lead up to D-Day has been a really interesting topic for me growing up. I've always loved World War II and the Revolutionary War being my favorite like wars in history. And D-Day and just the technology that went into it. Um, there's some interesting stuff. How's my joke falling flat? Just because you can read my stream title? The stream title should say the KillDozer tapes, or it should be on the thumbnail. Also, I'm going to need some input from the chat today because I have finally received my first image. It's still in the works, but we can call it complete for now. I'm going to go ahead and get your take on this, and we'll see what everyone thinks. This is the image I've had commissioned to start replacing the Fiverr image that I have started to manipulate over the many months in different ways using Photoshop and trying poorly to make it look like something passable. Also, as you can see, the Ken Jennings avatar on screen right now is a proud supporter of Pride Month this month. We obviously have to do that. unfortunately, due to timing and other things that happened this year, I didn't have the ability to properly get the same face set up for my Black History Month setup, which would have looked something like this. If anyone's interested, I'm selecting it right now. This would be my Black History Month avatar. I have received approval from a person of colors or color, depending on how many shades of color you think that is. But I did miss that for Black History Month. I am pretty sad about that. But that was the level of Photoshop skill I was able to invest into this a few days ago just for shits and giggles. So, but let me see if I can pull up this nice big ass picture that I was given or provided actually. And hopefully we'll get some good feedback on it. Got to open up a separate browser window so nothing gets leaked. Okay, because obviously trying to not get doxxed. Yes, it is brave and inclusive. Thank you. So let's see here. Let's see if I can not fuck this up. I already turned off all the porn, so that's good to go. All right. Here we go. So this is the image I have had commissioned to replace or start to at least replace the shitty stock photos I have, or not necessarily stock photos, but the $5 custom photo I had made. So I don't know what you guys think of this. If you have any feedback on it, what kind of edits you would like to have made, let me know. The editor is asking for any things I would like to have adjusted. I have a potential couple ideas. Yes, it is ugly. The person who drew that sucks. I don't know. I don't even know their name. I think it's dyslexia or something like. I don't know. So, but any feedback will work. I'm also very very close to having my VTuber avatar up and running. It is not going to be a proper Ken Jennings appearing avatar because I'm still not that good yet with Vroid to customize it. But I am making a shitty one that I thought was neat looking. That will be just something I run with for now. So that will be up on the. I didn't do that. You have to talk to the person who made it, which is someone in this chat room. But any feedback you guys have, please let me know. So that way they can pass it along and make any necessary edits. I think I like most of it. I think it's pretty good. I agree that there's the mouth thing might be if it's adjusted just a little bit, and then the nose is kind of Jewy to me. There's a lot of Jewness right here. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like I don't have any menorahs in the background to go with it. So there's that. The VTuber thing, the one I'm using, because I haven't had an actual VTuber avatar made yet because the person who's making my imagery is potentially going to be making my VTuber avatar. That'll probably look and be somewhat animated. I don't know yet. It's really going to depend on which program I end up using. But the one I'm using right now is called, I'll type it on the screen here so I can let you guys see it. So there's two programs that go with it. One's called Vroid, and then it's called Vroid Studio. That's what you make the actual avatar in, and then the other one's called VMagic Mirror. That's the one that you use it to display with. So those are the two programs. Hopefully that helps. I see there's a good bit of comments in the chat on the avatar. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that down for now. Maybe we'll bring it up later as a refresher. We'll bring back the gay Ken avatar for now. So as I was saying, our goal here today is to celebrate not only the heroes of June 6, 1944, and the wondrous effort they made to get rid of the Nazis, but also our hero, Marvin Heemeyer, who on June 4th, 2004, gave his life in an effort and a cause greater than himself to tell a small town in Colorado to go fuck themselves in a very big way, which is beautiful. I still, to this day, find the whole KillDozer incident perfect. I took the opportunity yesterday to listen to, not as in depth as I would like to have, but I took the opportunity to listen to the tapes that we're going to listen to today while I was working on pulling out the old piping and putting in the new piping in my walls, so I could get a general idea of what we're looking at as far as a psychological profile and maybe what kind of issues we might be seeing in this person. So we'll be doing a lot more of the in-depth stuff with you. Fair warning, this might be a long stream. The actual video itself is bordering on the audio tapes. They're bordering on around 2 hours and 40 minutes total. I have them both in separate format, one by one, or I have it in a way to do it all at once as a giant video. So I could potentially break it down into the side A, side B of the tapes in case we do need to take a break and stop for some reason. So let me get that stuff pulled up. While I do that, just good to see you guys again. I still feel like shit about last week. I felt awful having to miss last week. I even had a potential short video I was going to release as well. That was about 80% done that I didn't get a chance to finish either. That was about veteran suicide. We will talk about that again in the future. That's not off the table because it is an important one. I have seen, not only in my workplace when I was in the military, someone take their life. A member of my shop took their own life, left behind 2 children, but 22 members of the military and veterans combined, 22 a day, kill themselves. That's not okay to any level. It is a very serious thing, and it's not something that is easy to just get over. Like I've said before, and I've been very open and honest with everyone who's ever interviewed me or had me on their show or whatever. I've had my own struggles with depression and anxiety and suicide ideation and suicide attempts because I've hit those low points. I mean, fuck, the last month of my life has been one of the most stressful I've endured in a long time. And it's pushed me very close with that. Not only just the house stuff, work stuff, relationship stuff. Me and my wife have been having some back and forth. So overall, it's just been kind of a lot on the nose at once. So I do take this stuff very seriously. I recognize the failing of my own systems to help with coping because the ways I was set aside to cope, my tools that I use to help deal with stress and anxiety and feelings like that, they all broke down all at the same time, which put me in a very precarious situation. And as I thanked the Nick's Discord the other day, just having the ability to go on there and talk to someone and just to be able to bitch and vent was more important than most people could understand. So I want to thank anyone who may be listening or will listen, who was on there that night, who was part of any of those conversations. You really did do something important for me, so thank you for that. So let me get off of my my depression and shit, and let's get on to sadly the depression and horribleness that is the town of Granby, Colorado, and the way they fucked over this man in ways that should never ever be allowed or be legal. This is just something that I can't believe. I mean, I can now after having seen, the way that the internet treats people and the way people bully people, that, a town would do this to a gentleman for whatever reason. And, we see it online. And if any of you watch the Knuckleheads podcast, that is hosted by Cress from the Knuckleheads. She did a show last night on the book called Destroy a Man Now. It's also known as Damn. It's basically a book on how to make accusations of sexual assault against someone and how to get them, basically tried in the court of public opinion. And, a lot of how that behavior plays into other things. Also, Mr. K, you mentioned a quote that I legitimately wrote down when I was listening to this. As I sat aside and I was listening to that, because Mr. Heemeyer said in this tape, I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. And as you listen to the tape, don't just listen to the content. This is one of those things where I even had to listen to it twice in a way. And another thing I did to kind of get better perspective on it was not just listen to it for the content and listen to it for, vocal patterns and change in inflection and stuff like that. I also skipped through it. Like if you listen to the first 10 minutes and then if you skip ahead like 20 minutes and you skip ahead like 30 minutes, you hear a change in the delivery and the way he says it and the way he communicates it. And you could tell just how hurt this man is. And I don't think his intention was ever to hurt anybody. I would put money on that. I'd probably bet my career on that. Now, obviously there's no way to tell at this point, but just the way he delivers the information, the way it's communicated, I don't think Marvin ever had the intention to physically injure or kill someone. I think his goal was to cause damage to the extent that the people who hurt him, damaged him, he wanted to be able to do the same and even worse. So also, hey Colonel Crayon, it's good to see you. And good evening or afternoon everyone who's jumping in. Yeah, I heard it on Nick's stream. I listened to Nick's stream when he was talking about KillDozer the other day. And I did want to do, I hate to jump and try and steal Nick's idea for the tape, but I think, Nick listening to it versus my listening to it will come off differently. Whereas, Nick will probably, not that I wouldn't be, but be very excited by some of the things and get very passionate about, the way Marvin will portray the series of events that happened to him. My portrayal of this story is to get into the mind of a man who was truly damaged, almost basically beyond repair. You don't take an action that you are basically sure will end up in certain death unless you've been pushed really, really far. And that means either pushed so far you can't handle the pain and the stress, which I've been there, or pushed so far that you will exact revenge in whatever way is possible. Now, giving Marvin the benefit of the doubt in the way that he chose not to, or was lucky enough not to injure anyone on his endeavor across the town of Granby. But the people who did what they did to him caused so much fucking damage in the way that I don't think could, really be properly, categorized. You know, they effectively, over a zoning dispute, over an easement right, tore away his business. I have an easement on my property for power lines and shit and natural gas pipeline. Like the back 20, like there's like 10 feet of the back part of my property that runs along the back side of my property. Zoning and the commission being that much of a dick to keep you from actually getting access to your own property to run your business. That to me that's the shit that drives people to doing stuff like what we saw here with Marvin. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up this video. Let me see the best way to do this. I'm still trying to sometimes figure out the best way to. There we go. On because I use StreamYard. If you aren't familiar, I tried doing an OBS setup and it was just too difficult. I didn't. It was too much to dick around with, and I did not care that much to try and fuck with it. So to me, I felt this was just easier. I pay $25 a month for it. I have to worry about all the settings and crash. It just works, and I like it. I don't make money off of this, and I haven't planned on making money off of this really. I've got maybe 4 local subscribers, and one of them's me as a test to make sure that it keeps working every month. So I lose, like $1 in credit card processing fees in just that. Um, but I do it because I want to have the most easily accessible way to get on and start streaming and be able to engage. And that's how I'm doing it with this. So that's why I use that program. Hopefully, oh, sorry for any audio hiccups. I think my Wi-Fi is being a dick. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me get this pulled up. Let me add this to the stream.
Hello. My name.
So before I get this going, would you rather me stop the audio as I have commentary to add, or would you like me to talk over what Marvin's saying? I can do either. I just need to know so I make the proper, decisions in that regard as we move along. I don't want to, talk over anything important, but nor do I want this 2 hour and some fucking minute video to become 7, because God knows that's going to happen. If anyway, which I don't care. Well, maybe my wife cares more often than me, but I'm more worried about you guys sticking around for such a long ass video. Yeah, so the video is 2 hours and 44 minutes. Okay, so stop to talk is the feedback I'm getting here. Also, the Sky King tape is a good idea. I've actually got my I use Scrivener. If you've ever heard of the software, it's a great writing software. I love using it for writing. It's great for organizing shit like this. So I can like literally make a folder and just drop ideas into the different sections, drag them around, and it's a beautiful writing program for creating books, or technical documents, novels, organizing podcasts and shit. So it's a paid program, but it is worth the fucking money. I don't pay for much shit. I pirate almost everything because I'm cheap. And of the things I don't pirate, I either A, don't pirate it because I can't, because there's no effective way to do it, or B, because the software is that good and deserves the support, and that's one that I would support. So yeah, I'm thinking the same way because I had to make the brain and pharmacology 102 parter anyway. So so I would like to see your opinion on the Scientology documentary I accidentally saw last night, Psychiatry, an Industry of Death. Uh, that's an interesting. You said it's a movie? Okay. Yeah. Um, it's Scientology, so obviously you have to take it with a grain of salt. Um, because Scientology is its own fucking issue. It might be based in a certain sense, but in an overall, um, the issues you see with psychiatry aren't with the field itself. It normally comes down to the actual doctors. Because if I haven't already described the different ways that um, the field of mental health is broken up into, and it can be confusing as an outsider. I will say that much. And let me see if I can pull up a whiteboard or something real quick, just to do this in a simple way. Wow, that looks like fucking child drew on that. Um, let's see here. So basically, there's a few different ways it's broken up into. Is psychiatry, because you hear a lot of terms that are similar. So psychiatry is actual MDs who practice with their specialty being mental health, and their job at this point in the country with the amount of access we need to mental health and mental health meds is they do prescriptions at this point. So they see you initially for 30 to 90 minutes, depending on the psychiatrist. Uh, they do their assessment. You might see a psychologist or another mental health professional before you see the psychiatrist the first time. And then after that, you would see the psychiatrist maybe monthly to once every 3 to 6 months, depending on your type of meds. Um, Normally, during the initial period, as you're adjusting, because it takes 4 to 6 weeks for meds to reach their full effect in the brain, you might see them more frequently if you need to move up or down on your meds. But outside of that, it's normally every 4 to 6 weeks, which is pretty normal. So if it's not that, then uh, you'd probably see them every 3 months as a follow up, just for certain meds needing renewed. Like I have to do that for certain meds of mine. There's other meds that are pretty easy to deal with. Some of them are controlled substances like the amphetamine I take, my Adderall. I need to have that one written every month versus like my Wellbutrin can be, I can get like a 3 month supply of that with no problem. So that's again a medical doctor for psychiatry. So psychiatrist is a medical doctor. They go to med school, do all that shit. Psychologist is someone with a doctorate in psychology. Now a psychologist can both practice clinically, where they see patients and stuff, or they can do other things that doesn't involve seeing patients, like research and stuff. That applies to the other fields too, but the fields like I'm in, you're more either working with, doing clinical practice, or you're doing like community outreach, or you're working in doing case management, you're doing doing advocacy work. It really depends on your specific field. So you have your psychologist, which again is a doctorate level practitioner. You have your master's level practitioners, which are licensed clinical social worker, licensed mental health counselor, licensed marriage and family therapist, licensed professional counselor, and then one or two other ones. Depending on your state, those same ones will have different names. It's stupid, I know. There's no true reciprocity in the country for those things, which is also stupid. Like my state, the hours to get fully licensed are less than the state I used to live in. It's like double the amount of hours to get fully licensed. It's pretty stupid. Yeah, that kind of system. But it's still a lot of hours. I mean, you're still talking anywhere between 1,500 to 4,000 hours to get fully licensed after you get out of graduate school. So, and it takes at least 2 years to do that in. So you can't just like bust your ass for 80 hours a week to get licensed faster, which would be great because I'd have done the thing when I was doing it. So, but oh, fuck, the Scientology website just started playing on me. It's trying to indoctrinate me. Jesus Christ. Okay. So here's what we'll do is I will pause the video as it comes up and trying to figure out the best way to do it because it's just a static video. Is there a way for me to play it that doesn't take up most of the screen? I think that one is okay. That way I'm both up and the tape and the video is up, even though it's just a static picture. They do drug testing. For example, the VA makes me do drug testing every so often. Whenever it's not every time. It's some of the times. So it really is hit or miss, and I think they do that on purpose so they know so they can actually catch you, because they're not just detecting to see if it's in your urine or not, to see if you're abusing it or using something you're not supposed to. They're also trying to, like you said, see if they're selling it as well. So I take a shitload of opioids. If I didn't have any opioids in my system, my doctor would be very sus, to say the least. I also found out at my last doctor's appointment, if I go in for a drug test and I have alcohol in my system, I get taken off of the pain management program I'm in, where I get all the fun opioids, because you're technically not supposed to drink alcohol while taking morphine. So, which I didn't know. Thankfully, I don't drink that often, but now I know. So the more you know. All right, so let's get into this. We are doing, again, if you just jumped in, if you're new to the show today, welcome to Ken's Counseling Couch. I'm your host, Ken Jennings, KF. I am a graduate level, master's level practitioner. I have a master's degree. I do counseling, therapy, that kind of stuff. Today we're doing a psychoanalysis of Marvin Heemeyer, the gentleman who was responsible for the KillDozer, the anniversary, which was on the 4th of June this year, the 17 years since that event happened. So also, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. You can also, I'm pretty sure, let me double check. I have my voicemail set up, I think, for um, people to leave voicemails like the Dick Show, but no one's ever really done it. One, because I've been shit about advertising it, and two, I know people have sent me emails, which I am trying to be better about responding to because I suck at that. Even my boss hates me for that one. But my goal is to, share the information to. God damn it! Did my audio drop out again? Okay, my Wi-Fi is being a bitch again. So let's see here. So you should be able to call if you want to, and leave a voicemail by calling. Is the number still the same? Yeah. So the phone number should be 440 Kiwi Ken. No one has called. The only time I've used that phone number was when I actually helped a person that was on Ty's daughter's Twitch stream who was having kind of a mental breakdown. I used that phone number to be able to get in touch with them to try and help them out and try and get them access to some help. That was a while back, but so it did actually have a purpose. So you can, if you want, call and leave a voicemail. I'll listen to them on the show if you want to share anything relatable. So I haven't heard about that. If you have more information about it, you can always give it to me in an email or send me a link to it. I am still working on getting a Discord set up. I'm still torn on whether or not to make it members only or not. I mean, I have my locals, but again, I only have a few subscribers. I'd like people to have more access to, be able to communicate. But again, limited time. I want to make sure that supporters get priority, that kind of shit. This is actually a little bit more difficult to juggle than I ever intended. So, but I am trying to give more focus to it, to the issues with my wife may be having with it. But so be it. Say, it's to quote a famous philosopher, Bon Jovi, "It's my life." Blah blah blah. Those lyrics. So Marvin is going to take it away here, and we're going to get some insight into the mind of someone who has really gone through a very shitty thing. Also, the phone number is on the ticker at the bottom. Uh, you can leave voicemails to be heard on air. Call 440 Kiwi Ken. So the actual digits, I think, are. Let me edit that number real quick. I gotta hide it to actually edit it. God damn it! I just had it up too. There we go. Nope, go back. All right, I think I got it now. Okay, there we go. That should have the numbers to it as well. All right, everyone ready? Because I'm about to hit play. Let's get this bitch going. All right, don't forget the 440 area code. But I was able to get the Kiwi Ken name. That was the closest thing I could find with actual words when I was finding the Google Voice number. So I couldn't find anything that would fit. I'm actually in the process of buying a couple domain names right now to help direct people towards my locals easier. So let's get going with Mr. Marvin here. Again, we're starting at the very beginning. So again, Marvin Heemeyer is the gentleman who on June 4th, 2004, let loose a armored bulldozer into the city of Granby, Colorado, after dealing with basically being fucked over by the town council, city council, whatever, for many years from his business and shit. It was a clusterfuck. So Marvin's gonna go ahead and speak for a little bit, probably before I chime in. But my intro notes will be: pay attention initially to his voice and listen to how he tells the story. You can tell when things start to go wrong and when things start to hit the shit based on the change in the way he starts telling the story. So here we go.
My name is Marvin Heemeyer. Today is, let's see here, April 13th, 2004. I am making this tape. I thought I should make it a year ago. Made part of it. Didn't like it. Really didn't think it'd make any difference if I did make it, but a good friend of mine said I should make it. He said I should sit down in front of a videotape machine and do it, but you're just going to have to take my word that this is Marvin Heemeyer, serial number 503-689-471. And I'm living in Grand Lake, Colorado. And this tape is about my life since I come up here to Grand Lake in 1991. I moved up here in the fall of 1991 to kind of take a 6-month vacation. Had a guy and his wife who were leasing my muffler shop in Boulder at 4790 Pearl Street. The guy's name was Doug Brandstetter with his wife. I forget her name right now, but anyway, they were just on a probationary period. This guy had serious alcohol and drug abuse problems in the past. Supposedly was cleaned up. I didn't know if he was or not, but he kept pestering me for jobs. Finally, I said he could lease the place. Anyway, he ran it for 4.5 years, and everything went to hell. I guess he got a divorce, and different things happened. I ended up getting it back, and then I let another guy come along. I was working down there, working up in Granby, actually, at the muffler shop I had in Granby, and in Boulder. Had 2 different people working for me. One in Boulder, her name was Christy. She was from someplace up in South Dakota. Great worker, wonderful person. I really appreciated her. And then a little girl up here, Dawn, or Gretchen Allison was her name. And anyway, so I was running both businesses, and this other guy came along named Doug Davis. He worked at Midas for about 9 years as a manager, and he wanted to be a working manager. And so he took over the place, and I gave him a little better deal than the other Doug Brandstetter had, because the first Doug seemed to have a lot of problems making his payments last year or so. But I believe they were for one reason, and he would never admit it, though. That's the same way that this Doug Davis, he finally left. He left here about a month ago. I got the place back. The landlord evicted him. Old Harold Pelly down there evicted him. And anyway, I took it back, and hopefully I got it sold to a real nice guy and his wife, Jeff Sterling, and his wife Jennifer. They should be taking over the 1st of May. 1st of May. Anyway, so I've cashed out of it finally, and I'm done with it. And anyway, I moved up here. That's my history in Boulder. This is my history up here. I came up here, and after a few months of living here, I realized this guy down there in Boulder was doing better than I ever thought he would. So that it was all based on, he kept it based on whether he performed or not. Of course, he was making all kinds of money, so I was happy, he was happy, and I realized he was going to keep it. So it came springtime, it's probably April, I'm thinking, I decided that, I probably ought to buy some property up here to have something to do. So I looked at this three lots and the two little cabins that I'm living in here right now, and had a beautiful view, and the price was really cheap, so I bought them. And figured I'd spend the next year until this Doug guy, folded, because I didn't know how long it would last. I figured I'd just fix this house up, these cabins up. Well, then a friend of mine from Boulder, a friend, he was a friend to a point, I guess you'd call him a friend. We did a lot of snowmobiling together. He met me through the muffler shop down there. He had a DJ's Auto Care down there, or Dr. John's Auto Care, and I did a lot of exhaust work for him, and he was a snowmobiler. So we started snowmobiling together. Without a doubt, I knew he had some problems with dope, as far as marijuana and drugs were concerned. I just didn't know how bad it was. And, you got to just kind of ignore that stuff in today's day and age. You go out there and you find somebody who's a good rider, you ride with them, and we had a lot of fun together. Anyway, he called me and said he was looking for a place up here to start a garage. And he already owned a cabin up there off County Road 4. And I said I'd take a look, see if I could find anything. So I started looking, and there was a guy named Pepper had a little garage down there south of Grand Lake, just north of the Ski-Doo dealership that had a bay door on it, and he didn't want anything big, so I told him about that, and then I happened to cross a piece of property down there in Granby. It was an old concrete plant, and the guy had gone bankrupt and had an auction and, gotten rid of all the stuff he had and left about a bunch of junk there. It's my understanding. And but it had a 3,000 square foot building with 3 bay doors that were huge. I mean, it was a great building. It wasn't the best location, but it was a good building, and had 2 acres of ground. And I talked to him about it, and he said that'd be great. I think he even came up and looked at it. I can't remember. But anyway, he said that he was interested. So we talked to a realtor named Jeff Crane, or I talked to him, I should say. And this was about a month before they were going to have this FDIC auction. So Jeff says that he'd sell me the property. We could write up a contract on it if I wanted it, but he figured it was worth about $110,000 or so, or more, and I kind of laughed, and I said, there's no way it's worth that. I mean, property up here was just so depressed in 1991 and 92, it was terrible. And I didn't foresee any kind of future up here. I mean, I hadn't ever lived in the mountains before. It just didn't seem like the good thing to be buying, at that kind of a price. So I told him, I said I'd wait until the FDIC had their auction. And I and John talked it over, and we agreed that for buying for him, or if I was just going to finance it to him. I know I was going to finance it to him, but I don't know if it was $66,000 or if there was going to be more. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Come time for the auction, Jeff Crane was down there with 4 older guys who were looking to invest some money in some FDIC properties, and I think there was about 160 properties for sale that day. And anyway, this one finally came up for bid, and they
Okay, I paused it while I'm trying to stick with my network. So I wanted to make sure I didn't have it cut off for too long. So what I'm going to do real quick is I just plugged in one of the cables to my wired network. I've been having some issues with it because I've been playing around with some different VLANs and shit, so I haven't been able to get those working the way I would like them to, so they have been a bit incorrect. But I think I've got a good connection now. So let me do a speed test real quick just to make sure. And because I know the difference between my fast test and my shitty speed whenever it's not connected right. So let's also test one more thing. That was a good 2. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Wow, I am pulling down some fucking nice bandwidth on the way down. I really need to get fiber optic internet to my house so I can get some good upload speeds. Okay, I'm getting my max uploads and downloads. So let's give this a go again. If you guys notice any sound issues, just let me know. I'll be happy to try and address them ASAP. All right, press and play. We are resuming now.
A EPA audit against the place, which was they were recommending a $20,000 cleanup. They had all these surveys done by Chen Northern. Was the company contracted to look at it? But anyway, come to find out later on that FDIC had done a lot of the cleanup that they had recommended, and I don't know, for some reason I didn't realize that. So I told John about it, or it came up for sale. It came up on the block, and they had a bid for $35,000 from some guy up in front. And so we were going to pay 66. I was waving at them. They couldn't see me. So finally they caught my bid. So I had a bid for 40, and this other guy, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know who he was. He jumped up on his chair. That's how I knew where he was. And I was looking back, and of course he bid 45,000. And of course I bid 50,000, and was waiting for him to bid, and he wouldn't bid. So I got the property for $50,000. And this guy, come to find out, his name was Cody Dochev. He came back there and introduced himself to me about the rudest, most arrogant person. I mean, this guy's just a fucking asshole. Come back and just introduced himself kind of by just giving me a tongue lashing for about 10 minutes about, who I thought I was and what I was going to do with the property. And I explained to him I was buying it for John Kleiner, and he said he wanted the property. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I'll sell you the property. I says, we were going to pay $66,000. And, I told him I was selling it to John Kleiner, who was going to start an automotive store there. And he didn't want to have anything to do with it. He said, bullshit. He says, I only got, Gus Harris was his buddy there sitting beside him, I guess. And Gus was sponsoring the whole financing on this thing, and Gus wasn't going to pay more than $50,000 for it. And I says, well, I'm sorry, but I says, I can't just not come down here and spend my money and waste my time and not, make some money on it. So I offered it to him that day for what I was going to sell it to John for, because I could tell the guy was pissed off, and I wasn't there to piss off any people. I mean, this is the only guy of all the properties that sold before his that was doing any screaming at anybody during the auction. I mean, 160 properties were sold that day, and this is the only fool that didn't come down there with enough money to buy his property. I mean, this shows you how day late and a dollar short this fool is. He thinks he's going to go down there. I mean, he screwed the whole town of Granby over the years by going bankrupt. And, I guess this guy's pretty dramatic. He faked a suicide jumping off a windmill or some tall building out there by his place by Hot Sulphur Springs. Anyway, he's going off on me, and wasn't going to pay any more money. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I got to have $66,000, and I'll let John go find something else. I'm just trying to be a peacemaker here, but I got to make some money. He wouldn't have anything to do with it. So, I calmed him down. I mean, I talked to this guy forever, it seemed like. Everybody around me, they couldn't believe this asshole. And anyway, so we closed the deal. He left. He went away. And I went and had Jeff Crane sign the broker statement that I was purchasing this property. And as a matter of fact, going back here a little bit, when I had first looked at the property and Jeff had tried to sell it to me, I had asked him if the former owner was interested in purchasing the property at this FDIC auction. And he said he didn't know. Well, then I called the FDIC to look at it because there was a number to call. And they called an agent there in Granby, a real estate agent named Peter Colley. So Peter went out and bought a padlock, and I went down there with a cutting torch, and we cut the lock that was on the building off so I could look at it. And then, of course, he put his new padlock on. And he showed me the building, and it looked like it'd be a good building. So anyway, I asked this Peter Colley also if the former owner if he knew if the former owner had any interest in buying the building. And, of course, he told me he didn't know. So, okay, well, I feel that my job is done. I'm going to go to the auction. So we did, and I ended up buying it. We closed on the deal, and, I came back up to Grand Lake and got a hold of John Kleiner and told him that what had happened. And this is, like I say, it was in about April of '92. And explained to him that there was an EPA audit against the property because there were some oil stains on the property, and there had been an oil fill barrel. And, I don't know if it was that day or a couple of weeks later, whenever, he just didn't want anything to do with the property all of a sudden. And, of course, I hadn't taken a deposit from him, so, I was stuck with the property. But he didn't want anything to do with it because of the audit, And, of course, he was from Boulder, and they'd been pretty, Boulder's pretty, what do you want to call it, eco-Nazi type. They think they're going to save the world. And, that was his fear. Is one of the things was that then there were a lot of regulations about dumping oil and all that stuff. So he didn't want anything to do with it all of a sudden. Well, I don't know if he didn't have the money or just got cold feet or what, but I'm stuck with this property, so heck, I don't know what to do with it. And so that summer, I'm pretty sure it was that summer, I tried cleaning the property up. Might have been even '92. I think I may have just let it sit there. I know I let it sit there for a while because I didn't have any equipment or anything to clean it up. But anyway, eventually I did buy a backhoe, and I bought a dump truck from my dad, a beat truck, and started cleaning the property up and hauling the steel away. Hauled it over to Geisendorfer's property. He had a guy that was cutting up steel over there and selling steel, and this kid wanted it, so we just high-hauled everything over there. And basically got the place cleaned up pretty nice. Rented a bulldozer, a little D3 from Linky. What's his name? Dick Linky, south of Granby there. Pretty good, real good guy. And he delivered it over there, and I leveled out the ground and the stuff, tried to make it look pretty presentable, and I didn't know what to do with it. Shoot, the guy in Boulder was doing great, so finally I decided that I'd start a muffler shop, and I think I started that either late '92 or late '93. I don't remember anymore. But, I just started putting on mufflers. I went down to Denver and found a used vendor and brought a used hoist up that I had down there in Boulder, and set it up and started putting on mufflers and advertising and everything, and figured I was going to do a good thing. This was maybe an opportunity for me. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. In '92, I was cleaning the property up. Yeah, that's the way it went. Because in the summer of '92, after I bought it, guy named Bud Wilson, who is the superintendent of the Water and Sanitation District down there in Granby, came to me and said that they wanted me to hook on to be annexed into the Water and Sanitation District. So I said, great. I says, what do I have to do? I says, do I have to get an attorney involved or what? He said, no. He says he'd do all the paperwork, and there was some kind of fee, I think, that I had to pay, but I don't remember anymore. But anyway, I was supposed to go to a meeting in September I believe it was, and get annexed into the water and sand. And so we did. I went to the meeting, and I just expected it to go through. And it was unbelievable what happened to that meeting. The main topic of concern that they had with me being annexed into the district was that they didn't have a maintenance easement across the property that was just south of me. It was owned by Gus Harris, and they had put in a water and sewer line years before, but it supposedly hadn't gotten this maintenance easement. And Gus Harris wasn't going to give it to him or something. I'm not really sure how that all worked, but this maintenance easement was a pretty big obstacle. And they basically told me, the board did, in the fall of '92, that I would never have water and sewer there until I got this maintenance easement from this Gus Harris guy. Well, I was a little upset because, he was Bud was a superintendent, and this was I thought this was a done deal. So, I left the meeting, and I didn't need to listen to any more of their crap. They wasted a lot of my time. And, I knew that there was some animosity in the community. I had been getting my hair cut down at this place called Lana's, and she had told me about how this Cody Dochev guy had tried to kill himself and had screwed a lot of people in the community, and had gone bankrupt, and he was they were kind of glad that he wasn't there anymore, that he was outside of town. He had moved up into Dick Thompson's gravel pit north of where that location was, about a mile, and was doing making concrete out of there again. But anyway, what the heck was my point? This Lana she told me how upset everybody in the community was that at the FDIC, because what had happened was they had that big savings and loan failure scandal back in the late 70s, early 80s. And everybody blamed the FDIC for this plant's failure and other people's problems that they'd had up there, because what had happened is these people, with the savings and loans failed, these people that owned property and stuff up there didn't have any place to make payments. So what they did, they didn't know what to do, so instead of putting the money aside every month, supposedly they went out and spent the money. Well, then after a couple of years or whatever it took to straighten those deals, that savings and loan thing out, FDIC wanted their money all at once from these people that hadn't made these payments to these collapsed savings and loans places. And these people didn't have the money. And so the FDIC, of course, was foreclosing on these properties. So everybody up there hated the FDIC. Didn't like their practices. And of course, here I am. I'm a beneficiary of the FDIC's actions, and so I found this out later. People are pretty angry with me. They didn't know how to play by the rules. I played within the parameters of what was supposed to be done. There were 160 properties sold that day, and I bought it just like everybody else bought their property. And there's no reason why didn't this guy have enough money to buy this property? I mean, it was an auction. He should have known that there was going to be people bidding against him, but I honestly believe he thought he was going to get it for next to nothing. And I believe that because I think the word was out in the community that he wanted it. And personally, I think the two realtors that showed it to me knew this, and they just didn't want the guy in the community, so they told me that they didn't know that he was bidding on it or that he wanted it. Because had I known that, I would have talked to him. I would have called him and found out what the deal was. But anyway, I'm a little disappointed. And one thing they told me was to stay in touch with the superintendent in case anything changed. Well, it says, of course I'll do that, but that was kind of a mistake on my part, because it shouldn't have been my responsibility to keep track of the superintendent, which I did. because I mean I took this Bud Wilson out for breakfast on more than one occasion. He spent a lot of time out there at my shop. I sold him a Woos, W-U apostrophe S, four-wheel drive, little dump garden tractor. And I mean, I got along, and this guy was a pretty good guy. At least that's the way he came across to me. So we had a pretty good relationship, and he never ever mentioned anything to me that anything was changing. He says it would, but it never did. Well, anyway, so I just go on about my business, and finally, I think it was in '94, nothing was happening. I mean, Bud wasn't telling me anything was changing or anything, so I went ahead and I said, well, I'm going to build me a boat storage building. And I'll design it so that I've got three 2,000 square foot units. And it was 50 feet wide by 120 feet long. And that we had 3 bay doors. And I was to put in 3 personnel doors. And I set the foundation up to have these 3 bay doors and 3 personnel doors so that I could put inner walls in, or divider walls in later on when I finally got on the water and sewer. So I could have it for rental, and this would become my, a good retirement income. I could rent the muffler shop building or sell the muffler shop business. I could subdivide the property because it was in the city already and fell under their subdivision rules. I mean, it was pretty much just a pre-approved thing. You just had to apply to the town and pay them the fees and, follow the rules for what was HGB zoning. And HGB zoning, of course, was the best zoning you could possibly get. It included everything that was in commercial, plus other things that wasn't. And there was no other zoning that would include more businesses than HGB. So anyway, I thought this was a good plan. And I had this building built, and in the fall of '94, just started advertising for boat storage. And, of course, filled it up the very first year. And was pretty happy with that. So, basically, it was paying the cost of the building. Well, we just go along. I'm making lemons out of lemonade, or lemonade out of lemons, I can't get this darn water and sewer going, So, I had a well and a septic system, which was doing its job. And I figured that, that'll work, Well, of course, and knowing that I couldn't put the other building on a well and sewer because I was in town, or well and septic because I was in town, I was going to have to hook onto the water and sewer, but not being able to do that because I didn't have this maintenance easement. And Bud never told the thing to me yet. I mean, I'm building this building.
So a quick pause real quick, because affirmative nod in chat makes such a good point. Is this guy seems like your chillest, nice neighbor dude. That is exactly the thing that I was paying attention to initially. Is when I first heard this, I'm listening to it and I'm like, what the fuck did this guy, why did this guy go crazy? Like, why did this guy go, I'm gonna drive a tractor through, I'm gonna drive a modified fucking Japanese bulldozer through town and fuck up millions of dollars worth of property. He's coming off very reasonable in this beginning part. Maybe it's just me, but he is coming off as a reasonable person. He's coming off as, hey, this is, I moved up here, I bought this is my plan, this, and that, and nothing seems out of place. Not a single thing seems wrong right now. But it's crazy how shit goes south so fast, right? He goes from being this okay guy right now to, over a period of a while, going to being not okay. And that's concerning, right? So, also another question I'll answer real quick, since it's on, since it is on the table right now. A Stormcrow 900 asks, when in the timeline was this tape recorded? So there were approximately, hold on, I know this number. There were 4 tapes recorded with a total of 7 sides recorded. So each tape can hold 2 sides, side A, side B. There were 7 total audio files from the sides. So one tape didn't get its second side recorded, basically. That's where you're getting almost 3 hours, 2.5, almost 3 hours of audio here. What I did with the calculations is because most of it was recorded around the middle of April of 2004. Approximately 7 week. I think my math was correct. It was 7 weeks and 3 days prior to the incident on June 4th. So this was about a month and a half, 2 months ahead of time. He was told by a friend to record this. He thought about it, decided to make a recording of it, which, to be fair, in retrospect, was a great idea. This is the shit that, helps give the layperson an insight into the mind of a quote unquote crazy person. To most people, Marvin Heemeyer is a crazy dude. But as we're listening to this right now, do you hear a crazy person, right? I don't. I hear a person, and we get to it, is I hear a person who is upset with the way he's treated, who was mistreated, who was completely fucked over by the city. Now, whether or not that makes his behaviors and actions right or not, that is its own set of things to answer, right? Now, I'm not condoning anyone take a custom bulldozer out and tear down their town. But can you blame a guy for it when he's trying to be reasonable? He's wanting to just, he's got a business. He wants to, do something with his property. Where is this coming off unreasonable to anybody? Maybe I'm missing it. And I should not be doing this. But to me, Marvin has come off very calm, very chill up to this point, as we go along. Obviously, a change in his demeanor does occur. It does become very apparent at some points. So be aware for those changes because they will happen. But for the moment, we'll go ahead and jump back into the recording here, and we'll see the progression of Marvin's experience. So like I was saying, pay attention to not only what he's saying, the chain of events, but how he's saying it, and the emotion that's being conveyed. That, think of someone who's suicidal. Think of someone who's on the edge. They're feeling helpless. They're feeling alone. They're feeling isolated. What happens during almost every step of this as we get closer to June 4th? Obviously he takes the steps months, it was like a year or so of prep ahead of time. So it took a lot to push this gentleman to the edge. You don't push people to the edge overnight always. Usually it takes a lot. Something will finally tip them. Most people are very resilient. Even someone, who is very resilient, or maybe even someone who's very sensitive, they can still put up with a good bit of shit before they hit their breaking point. It's not always apparent that they hit their breaking point. So, continue to, pay attention and listen to Marvin as he goes through. But there is, pay attention to, his facts and listen to what he's saying. Was he completely in the right? Was there any culpability on his part? Those do matter. They do matter overall. So make sure those are being factored into your analysis here when we're listening to this. Because was Marvin, perfect in everything he did? Maybe, maybe not. But like I have you guys here, I'm not just here to, therapy splain, the mansplaining of therapy, right? I don't want to do that to you. It is important for you guys to kind of learn this stuff as well. At least on a surface level. I don't expect you guys to be able to do my job, right? That's asking a lot. But I want you guys to be able to recognize people in trouble. Recognize people who have been pushed too far. Those things are important. Someone could have saved Marvin Heemeyer's life. This didn't have to escalate to the way it got. It didn't have to end this way. It may have ended this way no matter what, but it maybe didn't have to. How can we as a person, or we as a people, or we as a society take these opportunities where someone is in trouble? Marvin is in trouble here. He gets to a point where he's too much. It's too much for him to handle. He is pushed beyond the limits and then some. So what do we do to help people like this? Is also my thoughts. How would you intervene in a situation like this? How do you intervene to help Marvin? Assuming you have access to some of the information. Now, if he's isolating himself and there's no obvious signs, again, that's its own thing. But if you're aware of what's going on, at what point does things go from okay to not okay? And how do they go downhill from there? Let's see. Squishy Hunter said, he sounds like the person who is nice, but if things go bad between you and him, he will give you hell. That may be the case too, right? I've got people in my life that are like that. They're dicks whenever shit doesn't go their way, or they're upset that they didn't come out on top or whatever. But that's not necessarily, an indicator of someone who's going to go, quote unquote, the quick, the use of crazy, because I hate the use of crazy because, one, it gets misused and watered down, just like Nazi gets misused and watered down. And it takes away from the meaning. And two, crazy is so subjective. That's why I prefer to stick to like actual diagnosis, right? I can point to a diagnosis and say, here's what you're doing and showing me to be symptoms of an issue. People define me as crazy. But crazy is also a very subjective definition. So we'll go ahead and answer one or two more of these here. So Arc 5, from the sound of it, the city wanted to run him out of town like the last guy. So you'll notice as we go along, there's this underlying arc about the concrete plant with apparently the different people involved in the city commission or council having some sort of stake or desire to have this put in years before Marvin brought the property, and his purchase of the property fucked it up. And so it almost seems like it was a conspiracy or collusion to, fuck him up and to make him lose his livelihood. And if that's the case, then no wonder Marvin ended up where he is. So, and then one last question before we hit resume. Oriyo says, I think one basic thing here is if you should not have to have a government that thinks Kafka the Trial is a how-to book. Just like Gam isn't a how-to book. Nor is it quote-unquote satire. If it was satire, it became a how-to book. Same thing for this. This is what happens when you don't let the people... If the government's not afraid of the people, then the government will do what it wants. This is a case where the government wasn't afraid of the people. The government did what it wants. The government got fucked up. Look at Canada. Look at all the shit Canadians are being forced into doing. Look at some of the states and how they're not afraid of the governors or the governments in those cities or states, or in like Canada. They're not afraid of the people. They're not afraid of anything specifically. So why would they be afraid to, implement these types of measures against a person or even the whole country? So there's a reason why democracy and that form of government relies on the people basically having the ability to, water the tree of liberty with some fresh blood whenever someone oversteps, because this is the shit that happens when it oversteps. it doesn't always start with, you know, taking 6 million people to certain types of camps for a holiday. You know, it starts small and builds off of that. This is a small building of that, right? And gun control is not, you know, that's its own topic, right? Gun control has not just done that, it has kept everyone from having the ability to revolt. Look at how badly they're trying to push gun control right now, whenever all three houses or all three parts of government in the US are controlled by one party right now. They want it desperately because they want to push things through that normally wouldn't be permissible. And how do you fight back? With guns. Now, I'm not condoning violence or suggesting anyone take any violent action, but that's what people do when you push them past their limit. So let's pick back up here, and we're about 24 minutes. Okay, here we go. And pressing play.
Telling him what I'm going to do. He knew what was going on, but he never told me that anything had ever changed. So I continue and do the boat storage, and I'm doing muffler works and so forth. By 98, I was doing, I don't know, I was making a real good income out of there, along with what was coming out of Boulder. Well, actually, I'd gotten it back in 97, of course, as I said, and then I gave it to this other Doug Davis guy. But I was, you know, I had income out of Boulder, and I had income out of Granby here, and life was pretty good. And, you know, I was taking a lot of time off because, you know, you don't have to maintain rentals with boat storage, you know. There wasn't that much muffler business up here. I mean, I was only working 3 days a week in the wintertime there, 5 days a week in the summer, which was typical of any store I ever worked in. As far as the summer was concerned, I never had any store ever open more than 5 days a week unless I'd just open one up. Then I might work a Saturday to, you know, make sure that all the revenue was coming in. Anyway, I just was going along happy, and in 98, I believe it was, in the fall, this Dochev guy, going way back to 92, you know, without a doubt, I made a mistake. Gus Harris, a couple of months after I bought this property, this guy named Gus Harris, who owned the property south of me, was over there doing some cutting on some steel, and I went over to, you know, meet him and see once if he was cooled down, you know, because I know that he was upset that they didn't get this property, and he was. I mean, actually, I'd had a couple of conversations before that time, and he was willing to sell me the property then for $17,500, and I basically told him, this was 2 months after I bought it, that I didn't buy that property for myself. That was there. I bought it for somebody else, and he was not wanting to buy it, though John did want to buy it. So I didn't want to spread myself too thin because the economy was so bad up here. I told him, I said, I'll think about it, and I'd get back to him. Well, the truth of the matter is about a year later, less than a year later, I went to him and I said, I'd like to buy that property. And I said, is that $17,000 offer still good? And he says, no. He says, I'd have to have $20,000 for it. And I talked to his wife about this too, about getting these contracts signed so I could buy it. And he never would get back to me as far as getting this deal done. So, you know, I'm still not wanting to push this deal because this is a small community, and, you know, I need to fit in, and I'm not, you know, pressured. This is not one of those things I felt that you needed to do in a community where I'm new in. Anyway, getting back to 98 now, earlier in 96 or 97, Gus Harris had sold this 2 acres to this guy, Cody Dochev. And of course, Cody had made a comment that, you know, he wanted my property back in 97 it was. And I had gone out and had a guy make an appraisal. Wilson was his name. It was Doudna, who's the local appraiser here at Grand Lake still. And it was Doudna and Wilson and Doudna commercial appraisers. And this guy named Wilson had made up an appraisal on my property in 1997 and came up with a value of $270,000. And I had offered this property to Cody for $250,000. I says, Cody, I'll walk away from my business. I'll get everything out of here. You buy this place, and for $250,000, which was less than the appraisal, and you're happy, I'm happy, and Cody never would. I gave him a copy of the appraisal, never would come back to me with a counteroffer. So I just kept on about my business, and in '98, this Dochev guy, he comes onto the property just south of me and puts up this big circus tent, and he starts bringing concrete down to build these sewer septic tanks and manholes, rings and different things that he's making. And of course, I don't remember. He was driving right across my property because he had an easement, which was fine at the time. I didn't think it was going to be any big problem. But he still hadn't made an offer on my property. Well, '99, I think it was, rolled around, and come to find out, he's going to try to buy the property next door to the west of me, and has a contract on it to purchase it. It's 21 acres. Well, I find this out too late. First what happened was, how the heck, I'm not sure how this happened. If he actually had a contract to get this, yeah, he had a contract on it. But somehow, he ended up, he had to have bought it by this time. Anyway, I tried to buy the property out from under him because I didn't want no friggin' concrete plant next to me, especially upwind of me. I mean, I was going to be right in the dust tail of this whole operation, and that wasn't going to work. Well, that didn't happen. The guy didn't want it, and I started getting notices that they were going to rezone this property. And what happened? He started building. And he ended up putting in what he called a water storage tank and a well. And it's my understanding from a guy here in town named Kevin Fisher, that because Kevin was working for the guy who did the well and did the foundation on the building, that this Cody Dochev guy got fined for putting this well in, and I don't know, he was in trouble already. And it was kind of interesting. But I didn't know what was going on yet. But I started getting these. I didn't start getting noticed. I got a notice that they were going to rezone this property next to me, and I went down to the city to see about whether or not, wanted to see this guy's building permit for what he was doing over there. And they had a building permit issued to him for $5,000 cost to build this water storage tank, which was allowed in HPD zoning, supposedly. Well, it had a cover letter on it that said that it had nothing to do with the PDO that this Cody guy was proposing to rezone this property, which to me was a big red flag. I mean, you say it's not nothing to do with something or anything. You know that it has something to do with anything. And anyway, I just could not believe this was going on. So we were going to have the second or third meeting, I can't remember anymore. But I went down, this guy here in town, his name was Mike. Hollywood graduate. I had a master's degree in city planning, and they happened to overhear me one day in the restaurant talking. He said that what they were doing was illegal, and that I should go get an attorney, and that he'd recommended this guy named Dietzer out of Boulder. So I called this Dietzer guy up for an appointment to go down and see him about whether or not I had a case against these people to stop the concrete plant. So I went down there and met with this pizza. Can't even remember his name right now. This guy is a cowardly thief, man. He is a man of the system, and he milked me like I've never been milked before. I'll tell you, he was slick. But anyway, getting back to this meeting, I was going over these different things that were in the zoning ordinance, but they weren't meeting. You know, the different requirements. And he kept telling me I didn't have a case, didn't have a case. You know, every time I asked him a question. Finally, I told him, I said something to the effect that, well, you know, they were building this concrete plant already, and I didn't know what to do. And he said, what do you mean you're building? He says, they can't build anything until, on this PDO property, until they've got final approval. He says, you saved the best to last. He says, if that's true, if they've already issued the building permit, and I showed it to him. And I says, but they got this cover letter on that says it has nothing to do with the PDO. He says, this is all bullshit by the town. He says, they cannot do anything on that property. So I says, okay. I says, this gives me a lawsuit. Can we get him stopped? He says, yeah. He says, and he gave me the example of how some liquor store had built a liquor, people had built this building and put a liquor store in it, and it was never approved. And they ended up losing, and that was what would happen here. The building, of course, wasn't taken down. They just put some other kind of business in it, but the liquor store had to go away because it wasn't zoned for that kind of a business. So he says, that's exactly what they're doing here. He says, we can stop this, no problem. So he told me to go up and take a bunch of pictures of what was going on, about what they built, and I did this, and Mike Carmody was his name, the guy here in Grand Lake that had introduced or referenced this pizza guy to me. Mike Carmody, I take all these pictures of his property, and I show them to Mike, and Mike comes down there and looks at it, and he goes up to their concrete plant with me and sees all the dust that they're making and everything, and sees my plight, and agrees, you know, this is wrong. So I'm paying this Mike Carmody guy money for consulting or whatever. And I told him that this pizza guy was coming up to the next meeting to look, and he was going to be up here early, and I said, come to dinner with us before the meeting, and we'll go look at this. So Deepa came up, and we drove around, and we looked at this property out there that they were building on just west of me. And then we went down to the restaurant, and Mike Carmody, I can't remember if he was with me or if he met me there afterwards, and I introduced him to Deepa. He must have met me there. So, you know, we had this conversation about how Deepa could stop this because they were building there and they didn't have final approval there. You know, we talked back and forth about what was going on. Finally, the meeting was there, and Deepa went into the meeting with me. Listened to what they had to say, and you know, I don't know what was all said, but anyway, after the meeting, Deepa told me, he says, well, he says, they're not doing this right. He says, send me copies of all the minutes that have gone on, and we'll look into this a little further. So I did that. I got copies of the previous meetings and sent them down to Deepa. I cannot remember his first name, but I'll think of it later. So I sent these minutes down to Deepa, and I had left the zoning ordinance with Deepa the first time I was down there. And Deepa had been studying that ordinance to see once what it said. And he gets the copy of these minutes. He calls me one day, about a week or so before the town is supposed to have this final meeting for approval of this concrete plant. He says, Marv, he says, there's something wrong here. He says, well, I've looked through these minutes. He says, are these the only meetings that they've had? And that was the truth. I said, that's all the meetings they've had. He says, well, if this is all the meetings they've had, they have a serious procedural error here. At least that's what he called it later on. He says, they've left out at least 2 public hearings. And basically, they're trying to short-circuit this whole process to get this approved. And I says, well, great. I says, that just adds to our case, right? And he says, no. He says, this is the case. He says, we don't even have to worry about the upzoning as far as them building there. He says, we can stop it based on this. So I says, well, great. I says, how do we go about this? He says, well, we go and we tell them. And I says, if it'll get it stopped, it'll be a done deal. I says, let's get it done. Let's stop it. So he wrote up this letter to the town, how they were doing it wrong, and brought it up with him at the meeting, the final meeting, and explained to them how they were doing this wrong. And of course, Docheff's attorney is all defensive, and the town attorney is all defensive that they're doing it right. And Dietza continues to explain to them how they've left out these public hearings. And then they take a break. Okay, and of course all along I had contended with the town that this was pre-approved. And they said it wasn't, of course, and I says, well, why did you issue the building permit? And they said that they could because that was allowable in HCD zoning. But and this is interesting, later on, an article came out in our local paper. There were a lot of articles about this. Of course, it was September 7th of 2000 in the Sky High News. There was an article about how Granby tickets Mountain View muffler over junk. And they've got a little caption on the picture of my building. It says, ticketed. Mountain View muffler was ticketed by the town of Granby for a junk violation. In the foreground is the foundation for a proposed concrete batch plant proposed for a site near Mountain View muffler. Well, it didn't occur to me at the time when this article came out, but how can you have a foundation for a proposed concrete plant? Everybody knew that this concrete plant was going in, even though they hadn't had final approval yet. And this was a joke. I mean, the whole community knew that this was going to happen, and I knew it was going to happen. But I was basically listening to this Dietza that this was going to get stopped. Well, he told them this, and they had a big recess in this meeting, and went outside, and they're all screaming at each other, and they go back in after 15 minutes and sit down, and lo and behold, it doesn't stop anything. The town makes this resolution 2000 that this is not a final meeting, even though it's been advertised in the local paper as in the public notices. The newspaper, Patrick Brower, the editor, has written an article that this is the final meeting and it should meet approval because it's such an important thing. It's needed by the community. Well, it was needed, but it should have stayed where it was up there in the concrete plant, up in the gravel pit. Besides, this Docheff guy owned 5 acres right there by the gravel pit. He could have put it there. He didn't need to rezone anything. He could have put it right there. But this guy had this hard-on for me that for 10 years that he was going to get even with me. And he said this in so many words on more than one occasion. And anyway, well, he was doing it. That's whatever, I'm fighting for my life here because this is my future. This is my retirement. I need to get this stopped. Anyway, they made this resolution 2000 that they are at a preliminary meeting, and they're making certain that everybody knows it now, and that they can do this. Well, Dietza tells me, of course, it's illegal. They can't do it. They had the final meeting advertised. They're at the final meeting, and now they're changing it and saying it's a preliminary meeting. And he convinces me that we've still got a good case. He says they can go on and do whatever they want. We're going to get this stopped. So I, of course, believe him, and I just keep paying him. And up until that time, I paid him probably about $5,000. Anyway, we got this lawsuit going on, and this newspaper guy, Patrick Brower, this guy is the scum of the earth also, which is so many of these people up here are for different reasons. But this guy hated me because when I first came up here in 91, the gambling issue was getting started up here. And I'm just sitting around my condo reading this newspaper, and this guy is just blasting. I mean, he's just belittling him and slandering him as far as I was concerned, just making the pro gamblers look like fools. And I thought, well, what's wrong with these people? They got no economy up here. Here's something that's happened down there in in Blackhawk and over at Cripple Creek, and it's done good economic things for those communities. Why is he so against this? I never could understand it. So I finally, after he blasted some people that I knew here in town, I wrote him a letter and told him, hey, this is America. Leave these people alone. This needs. You don't have to be making them look like some kind of fools. Was the whole gist of my letter. Anyway, he just didn't know who Marvin Heemeyer was, but he definitely hated me because I, said some things in the paper that were right on the button. I mean, I had an attorney for a neighbor at the time. His name was Sommermeyer, Mayo, Butch Sommermeyer. Told him his first name was Mayo. He was out of Fort Collins, I believe. But they had the house down below me here, and he said, Marv, he says, what you're saying in the newspaper is exactly right. He says, I'm all behind you. And it was encouraging, Well, this is small-town politics, and what do I know about small-town politics other than they're usually not good? And I just figured, well, I'm kind of immune to a lot of this, and this was back in '92 yet, and didn't realize how much it was going to affect what I was doing. This newspaper guy, Patrick Brower, had told me after I started the muffler shops on a couple of different occasions, because I called him, and I was advertising with him and so forth. He said that he was going to come down and we'd do an article on my little business. Well, he never did do it. He was doing everything he could to keep me from getting any additional publicity. It's one of those, it's a kind of a community that in order for you to get ahead, you have to keep the neighbor down. You've got to you got to be bad-mouthing everybody. It's not, build yourself up on your own merits. It's tear the other guy down however you can do it, legally, of course. I'm going to take a break here. I guess I'm not going to take a break. I'll lose my train of thought. Anyway, this Patrick Brower, I mean, he's a pothead. Of course, you can't tell anybody that. Big liberal, army brat, has had everything in his life given to him. But he knows how to abuse the power of the pen. And that's a big thing up here, is abuse of power. They said that to me one time, that I didn't have any respect for authority. And that's not the truth at all. The truth is I have the utmost respect for authority. But they don't. They didn't respect the FDIC or its procedures. They don't respect good people coming in the community. They only respect what they want. And if they're in that power circle, that's the way it's going to be. They believe. And you're not going to get in if you've done anything to offend them in any way. Well, I guess that's their right in America. But I've got my rights too. Maybe they're wrong when I exercise these rights, but I really don't care. I am going to exercise this right because we are given this freedom to do what we want to do until we do something wrong. And then we have to pay for it. Well, these people have figured out a pretty good way, being a small community, how to get away with doing things wrong and doing it legally. And I'll get into that a little bit more later on. But getting back to the newspaper article, I mean, how can you have a friggin' a foundation for a proposed concrete plant? This was a pre-approved deal, and I just didn't. I've never been through any town politics before, but because this was affecting me so adversely, I was definitely learning, and but it was always a day late and a dollar short with me, and my attorney wasn't helping me at all. It was kind of sad, and the town paper was actually. This Brower guy was pissed off as hell when he found out that we caught the town with their pants down. He wrote in the paper that I'd gotten some hotshot attorney out of Boulder to stop this whole thing. And he was no hotshot attorney. He was doing his job, which, getting back to that personally, I believe with all my heart that both the town attorney and Daly, Rich Daly was Docheff's attorney, and the town attorney, I forget his name right now, for Granby, is the same one for Grand Lake. They were in cahoots on this deal, where they figured that no one would know the procedure because they had never done a PDO before, a commercial PDO, and they figured that what did they have to lose? They would just go ahead and try to get this through, and it would probably go through, no problems. But of course, this hotshot attorney, according to the paper, caught them with their pants down. Well, do you think that they would ever thank me for putting them on the straight and narrow, on the right path to get this done right? No, and I agree. I screwed up. That's what I'm agreeing to, screwing up. We should have never told them what we did. And as a matter of fact, the night of that final meeting, when they made that resolution, and the night that he pointed out to them that they were doing this wrong, at 2:30 in the morning, I sent this Dietz attorney of mine at 2:30 in the morning an email.
So right before he starts to lay into his attorney, it sounds like, which I wonder why anyone would ever have an issue with their attorney doing anything wrong. To my understanding, that they don't do anything wrong, and it's only incompetent YouTube attorneys like Nick Rakita of Rakita Law that do. But the rest of Law Twitter knows what the fuck they're talking about. See, I think that's what Marvin's failure was, is he did not consult Law Twitter, and if he had, he probably would have turned out okay. We saw, I don't know if anyone has seen the picture that came out of the Law Twitter stream recently with the main members of Law Twitter Tube, whatever the hell they are doing now. But yeah. And so besides that joke, right? So which I executed poorly. A couple people are noticing in chat here. Arc5 says, starting to see that changeover now. He is hitting that point. I can tell from his voice. And then Ryo was saying, rap until they hit that. Piss enough people off. It turns out it's not a good idea to do that when everybody knows where to throw the torches and pitchforks party. Yeah, that's a downside of a small town, right? Is you can have a little bit more control than you would, say, in like a big city, because there's not that many people and it's easy to get on the boards and shit. But those same people know exactly where you live. They know who you associate with. They know your sister. They know your mother, all that shit, right? So generally not a good idea to piss off people in a small town. Small town politics in general is shitty. When I volunteered in the fire department in the one state I used to live in, the one county I lived in had almost 50 fire departments. All volunteer except 2 or 3 of them, which had partial paid. But pretty much all of them were volunteer. But the politics in just that small town setting of that county, with just the different towns and neighborhoods and shit that the different departments and the districts covered, it was ridiculous. And, I was a newer firefighter at the time, but it pissed me off when you would see like buddy fire departments. So the guys over at Station X are friends with the officers at Station Q, and so they'll call them to a fire or to a car accident, even though they're further away, and they have to drive past our station to get to that fire or car accident. Which this happened, and I cannot tell you how many times I've seen it happen. Where, because we were hanging out at the station, we were sitting in the station, big structure fire, right up the block, just outside of our territory. We can see the flames. We can't go until we're called. Yeah, that kind of politics shit is fucking infuriating. People's lives hang in the balance and shit like that. And just like this, zoning. You can kill someone or cause millions of dollars of damage effectively by playing stupid fucking games. By pretending to, oh, we have this plan for this concrete plant. We want to do this. Well, fuck your plan. I don't give a shit about your concrete plant. Why are you doing it? What's your motivation? There's no need for this. The fact that this is even a thing irks me to, I can't even describe it. This shit should not be happening at all. It's not okay. But Marvin's voice is starting to change. He is starting to get more passionate in his speech. You can see this is where the shit's starting to build up. this is where we start layering things. Like, here's the first layer, here's the second layer, here's the third. Where do we start stacking up the tower so high that it falls, right? It's already begun. All of these things are starting to make their impact on the long-term decisions that Marvin makes. All because of stupid people on a zoning board, right? This whole incident, this internationally recognized day, this KillDozer, which people, you say the name and most people can understand the reference, right? To some degree. All over a zoning dispute. They didn't, kidnap or rape someone's family member. They didn't destroy thousands of dollars of property on purpose. Nope. Zoning dispute. Zoning dispute. I can't even begin to describe to you guys how fucking infuriating that is. Like, one, why do you have so much time that you have to dick around with a zoning board to do this kind of zoning shit to begin with? Wouldn't your town have better use of your time or resources? Can we not just go, oh, look, here's a new business that's just wanting to go on this old residential property. Everything looks good. Okay, good. Why do we have to have board meetings? Why is there not just one guy in an office? And if you have an issue, there's an appellate process. Why? Why do we need a whole fucking board? Why do we need a whole commission? It makes no fucking sense for a small town. Especially as big as Granby was, because I think if I remember from my research correctly, Granby, Colorado's population for the 2000 census was 1,500 people, with about 500 households and 390 families in that town. So the density was like 850 people per square mile. It wasn't that big. It's fucking small, right? And yet, an incident in this shitty ass little town. Sorry, Granby, don't know you that well. We may have dated in the past. I'm still going to shit talk you because you never called back. So you've got Granby here and the dickheads in Granby doing all this shit, which end up causing a guy to take his own life, basically. Not only do they take his life, he ends up having to take his own life because the only way he could feel heard is by having to run an armored bulldozer through all of the people from the board or the commission's fucking houses and businesses in the fucking town to get his message heard, to feel understood. Can you imagine what that feels like? Connect with Marvin for a minute. Can you imagine what it feels like to feel so lost and to feel so disconnected from your small town, from the people that you're supposed to be neighborly and friendly with, that to feel heard and to feel like you're not being left out, and to remind people that you do matter, that the only way your message gets heard by more than your fucking attorney who's ripping you off, thanks Nick for grifting this guy out of his money, or Ty or whoever it was, right? And that guy's there because he's getting paid. He's not there because he cares on his own, right? It's not like you guys in chat say, oh, this horrible shit happened to me today. And I come up and go, oh, well, it's really horrible to hear. Tell me more about it. I'm really sorry you're going through it. Let me help you deal with it. No, that's not what's happening right now. It's more of a, oh, you're dealing with this? Oh, you can pay me first and then I'll talk to you. Yeah, that's the kind of relationship you're getting with the attorney. The attorney's only in it for money. Now, for me, I might get paid for my job, but it's not that kind of dynamic. And I hate the fact that I have to get paid to do my job because I hate to have to ask for money, especially when people are in situations like this where the only way they feel heard is through bulldozing a fucking town, causing millions of dollars in damage that took a long time to repair. It made himself an international figure for standing up against oppressive government, overreaching government. It's stupid. This should never have happened. This should never have happened. Marvin should still be alive, or he should still be around, or if he didn't die within the last 17 years because of his age or COVID or whatever, This should never have happened. Maybe he sold his property. Maybe he fucked off out of Colorado and moved to a free state like where I live, because you don't have to do stupid shit like the rest of the states right now. You know, instead, this man got so isolated. He spent almost a year, I think it was, crafting this perfect machine of destruction. Couldn't be taken down. They took them hours to cut into it once they finally were able to start getting into it. Only reason it failed was because of an issue with it fell and the cooling system overheated. The cooling system failed and the tractor overheated, couldn't move it. It got stuck. That tractor could have ran for a lot longer. Or bulldozer, I'm sorry. That bulldozer could have ran for a lot longer, causing millions more in damage. But it didn't. The city got lucky in that aspect. Marvin took enough with him to matter, to be an icon, to be a figure. He doesn't know it, but his message got heard. And that's the downside to shit like this, is your message only gets heard after the fact. You don't get to know that your message gets heard. You cry out for help and hope that someone listens, but it's too late. You're gone, or you're past the point of saving in some cases. Marvin, past the point of saving. Once he lowered that bitch on top of the bulldozer, that armored shell, it was game on. He had no intention of walking out of there alive. That was never okay to happen. Ever. Whether you like or dislike Marvin for what he did, the fact that he got pushed to this point by government, nonetheless, not a friend, not a family member, by a board of fucking assholes from the city, literally bullied a man to this. This was a bullying at its core, right? That's what this turned out to be. It was bullying. Not okay. Never okay. It sickens me. It sickens me to see this happen to this poor man. Should never have happened. Ever. Like, this is so frustrating to see. I can't even fully, you hear about kids killing themselves. You hear about, people ending their own lives because of shit that goes on at work. Kids, as young as 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, taking their own lives because of bullying and shit like that. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you can't get bullied. Just because it's not a single person, because it's an entity of government, doesn't mean you can't be bullied. Doesn't mean you can't be forced into a state of mind and a state of being so fucking down that you'll take your own life to finally be heard. That's never okay. Fuck the entire council. Every single person on that board should burn in hell. And I don't even believe in hell, and I believe they should burn in hell for the shit they did to this man. Whether they wanted to make money, whether they had a personal vendetta, it was never okay to do it. You have a single job: approve the zoning. You approve the zoning in a way that was obviously displaying favoritism. You selectively fined the man because he couldn't connect to the sewer system, because you fucking cut him off based off of your zoning. You fined him thousands and thousands of dollars for that shit. Who's the fucking person at fault here? Not Marvin. At this point, it's not Marvin. And Marvin's not even done telling his side of the story yet. Right? Just based off of the facts that you can find online, like reading the Wikipedia and what we're hearing so far, I have yet to see a lot of culpability on Marvin's fault, on Marvin's part here. Maybe I'm missing shit. Maybe he made some small mistakes. Fine. This is more weighted in favor of the government actor here. Bullshit. Complete bullshit. And Tumblr and Twitter seem pretty okay with this kind of behavior. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do, especially Twitter. You know, I had to stop using Twitter as much as I used to because I couldn't deal with watching the shit I was watching go down. During the entire Vic saga initially, I can't tell you how many people I've watched struggle to deal with the back and forth, to deal with the accusations, to deal with the hatred, to deal with the mob and bullying tactics. Because, oh, Vic's assaulted people, Vic's raped people. Okay. Say that's the case. Why are you dogpiling random ass people online? Yeah, they may be wrong. Maybe Vic did rape all these people. Maybe he did all this shit. Whatever, all the worst horrible shit you could imagine. Right? Let's take your side in favor. Why are you bullying? Why can't you present the information in a nice light and say, here's the information, here's why I support it? Why is that so fucking hard? I have argued for and against things I don't believe in. Right? I can perfectly argue whether or not, there should be, segregation based off of, things that you can't change. And I can argue against it. Doesn't mean I agree with it. I can argue whether or not Vic did something or didn't do something. I can have civil discussions with people I disagree with. I can have civil discussions with people who feel, for example, Vic assaulted people. I can disagree with them and still have a nice discussion with them. No hatred, no gaslighting, none of that shit, no undermining them. But yet, that same conversation the other direction cannot happen the same fucking way for some reason. I don't know what it is. Apparently, it's impossible to have a civil conversation supporting something like that. You can't just say, oh, well, I believe that this has happened and here's the evidence to back it up. No. You have to go after people. I watch people get, and I had to give advice under different Twitter accounts I have been since banned from because I was trying to be civil and be nice. Telling people, look, get off of Twitter. Don't be involved in this. Don't respond. Don't engage. You are hurting yourself just by being part of it. I understand you're wanting to support this man. I understand you're wanting to support someone you trust and believe in, but you're causing yourself so much damage in the process. These people are causing you damage because all they care about is being right. They don't care about the process. They don't care about, the fact that there were more than one thing at play here. It wasn't just all good or all bad. There was many shades of gray. Yeah, maybe some of the things that happened weren't maybe on the up and up. It doesn't mean they were illegal. Doesn't mean they were maybe sketch. Maybe. That's a moral decision on some parts. But at the end of the day, when you take it so far, you're moving into bullying tactics. That's bullshit. I was worried on more than one occasion for the past, 2 years now, that the entire Vic saga has gone on because I've been paying attention to it since the beginning. I've been worried about whether or not one of Vic's supporters is going to take their own life. And I know I fucking segued off of the KillDozer shit for a minute. I'm sorry. I've been so worried about that from day fucking one because of the way that this shit's being handled and treated and the disrespect that comes from the people who are arguing and saying that Vic is an assaulter. And you can believe that. I have no problem if you hold that belief, right? I don't give a shit if you hold that belief. That is your decision. If you feel there's enough evidence to back it, good for you. Show me the evidence. That's all I ask. I will take it into consideration. Everything else is extra and not necessary. I've dedicated time I could have otherwise spent with my wife. I could have otherwise spent doing shit I enjoy to staying on Twitter to try and intervene, to try and present a calm view, to try and just give an example of how to have a civil discussion. I've had to back away. Because every fucking fiber of me that I know how to, all the coping mechanisms, I've got fucking thousands of pages of shit on how to learn this stuff and different techniques. Everything I know how to do, I can't do. I've hit my peak with it. I've had to step away. I don't go on Twitter as much as I used to, whether under my actual Ken Jennings account or under another account I use to just get around and comment on certain communities. I don't do it anymore. It's too much. I don't want to walk into a situation where I'm being bullied all over again. I learned to deal with bullies in the 7th and 8th grade very quickly. I almost lost my eye in 7th grade from a bully. And I'll never forget that incident. But it was more empowering to be able to take back the power that they were trying to take from me. So for me, as much as I don't want to cut away and not be part of it, one, I know I need to do it for my own mental health because I can't deal with that right now, not with everything else I'm dealing with in my own life. Two, I would love to keep an eye on these other people. I want to make sure that they're okay and that if they are pushed themselves too far, they can back off. I am not that person right now. I can't be that person. I am sorry. I wish I could. I have redirected my efforts into a means that I can do effectively in communicating information and sharing, not just one specific topic. That's why I focused more on my YouTube channel. That's why I spend my Sundays now with you guys. Because it gives me an outlet for not only my own stress, but to provide and share information just like I have before. Also, as a side note and a potential bonus item, I am going to be communicating with Mr. Quentin Flynn. I've been told that he paid attention to some comments I made in Nick's chat the other day when his court papers were being discussed. And I'm going to reach out to him and see if he would like to come onto my show. It seems like from the intermediary I'm talking with right now, they've put in a good word for me. And it's likely I'll be able to have Mr. Flynn on the show to talk about a variety of things, including his own accusations against him. But in general, just to kind of have a discussion with someone, because I've been wanting to do that for a while now. I've also got planning in the works for Dollhouse Phil from the-doll-house.com, who sells adult companion dolls. He's a very interesting person. We'll be having a discussion on the use of child sex dolls as a way for effective treatment of sex offenders, of child sex offenders, and for people with pedophilic disorder and other types of sex dolls for treatment for sex offenders. That'll be a very fun and interesting discussion. I've also got a planning in the works with Drexel from the MGTOW podcast to do a show on a couple different things. One of them will be a short article on who is allowed to use the N-word, which will be a fun one. It'll just be part of the whole show, but I think it'll be fun to begin with. So sorry for the digression there. I have just been so frustrated watching this shit go down. Because this whole Twitter shit, I see it on Tumblr too, but more on Twitter. You have a whole group of people who's so invested in their message, they're forgetting the human component exists to it. You can hate you can hate Vic. You could be a quote unquote victim of Vic Mignogna. You still do not have to engage in the behavior that's been going on, right? Taking the worst accusations that have been levied at Vic, the behaviors that are being displayed by certain people are not necessary. I have dealt with sexual abuse in my life as a child on multiple occasions. I don't need to have that type of behavior to discuss it. One, because I've learned to deal with it. Two, because I'm an adult and I don't need to translate shit in that manner. And I don't need to be so in such a need for attention in the spotlight that I'll just wreck everyone in the way. I don't need to go out there and damage the person who hurt me. because I've moved past it. I've dealt with the issues I've dealt with. I've worked through them on my own and in therapy. But that's how you deal with shit like that. You could be raped or molested and not have to deal with shit in the way that's being done on Twitter, online, on the internet, in whatever social group you're in. There are much more effective ways to do that. It sickens me to see it being done that way. Like, I can't even communicate to some degree how much it irritates me. Like, you can be a victim, a survivor of shit. Like, that's some of the worst shit you can go through, right? Being raped, being assaulted, being molested, whether once or 100 times or more. I've seen children handle this shit better than fucking people online are dealing with it. I've seen children as young as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, all of them handle multiple, full-on sexual abuse in a manner that is better than the fucking assholes on Twitter have dealt with the alleged abuse by Vic Mignogna. The accusers, I'm not going to say names, but those accusers are behaving less mature than a fucking 5-year-old would in the same situation, than a 10-year-old, than a 15-year-old, who can handle that situation way better than these people online have currently shown themselves to. Not okay. Not okay. You do not give a shit about the alleged victims. Or if you are an alleged victim yourself, you do not give a shit about the other victims that you say are out there. Or are you taking yourself seriously when you handle it this way? That type of behavior, that type of mistreatment of others shows you do not give a shit. How can you claim someone has abused and assaulted you and yet go out and do the same goddamn thing 2 minutes later to either strangers or people you've heard of or people you've interacted with before? How do you do that and go to sleep okay at night and not have anything wrong upstairs? You don't. You have something wrong upstairs at that point. These people have something wrong upstairs. There's a bunch of different things I can hypothesize for that. But let me calm down for a second. So let's get back to Marvin and how he's being bullied into what effectively is a really shitty outcome for his life. Marvin shouldn't have had to deal with this. So let's pick this back up and continue what was, going on here in this case. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play again.
Because I came home after the meeting and read the ordinance again, and I says, I think that we've spoken too soon, and that we shouldn't have told him, that we should have let him have the final meeting, and that we actually should have had a lawsuit filed 30 days later. Had we done it that way, we would have been able to get an injunction against the building that was continuing. We probably could have gotten some of my attorney's fees or all of my attorney's fees, and actually, made these people out, this town attorney and this Rich Daly and the Dochefs and the town council and the planning commission, to show the town the real mafia type tactics that they were using, and that's all they are. They're criminals. They bend the law, and they got caught, and that pissed them off, and so now they really hate me. Well, I'm sorry. It's my future. It's my life. I am an independent business person, and only I am responsible for my future and my income and my livelihood. And they're threatening that. And they're pissed off because I'm trying to defend my property and my livelihood against this. And that doesn't make any sense, Well, anyway, I'm just getting a little upset here, so let me try to settle down. Get back to the point here. I'm not happy with the attorney, but what choice do I have? They've done this resolution 2000. They go on with these meetings. He's telling me that they're still illegal. We're going to go to court. We're going to win. And, of course, it's all salesmanship. And I'm talking to this Mike Carmody guy who's supposed to be consulting with me. He says, Dietz is right. He says, they're doing this wrong. So I've got two people telling me that Dietz is wrong. I told Carmody I thought he screwed up, but Carmody says, no, but Dietz knows what he's doing. Well, Dietz didn't know what he was doing, or else the corruption up here is worse than I thought. And it is. I have no concept of how corrupt these people can be. But anyway, I'm looking, my business has gone to hell. Oh, and getting back to 99, when these first meetings were when we were going through all this approval, it was in 99 that I think we'd already started the lawsuit. And they're going to put in water and sewer to this 22 acres, or they're going to get it approved. And, I'm wanting my water and sewer hooked up. And I made this known in the minutes at the Planning Commission meeting and the Town Council meeting. And the guy who owned a motel over there, Boyce was his name, from the Boyce Insurance Agents. David Boyce, I believe his name is, had made a written request that they have water and sewer easements to their motels, to that section of land. They weren't in the town. It was county-owned property. It was county-zoned property, but they wanted the rights to get to the water and sewer. And I told this to Carmody, and Carmody says, well, yeah, he says, they have to give that to you too. And that's why I asked for it. They could not discriminate against me as a neighbor. If I wanted water and sewer, they had to give that to me too. So I believe that's what was happening. Although I never sent them a formal letter requesting it, it was just mentioned at meetings. All right, and I had gone down to the Water and Sanitation District in 99 to review the minutes back from 92 to see once what we had all discussed and why I wasn't allowed on the and it hadn't been annexed in at that time. I go down to the Water and Sanitation District and get these minutes, and I start reading them, and I really can't believe these minutes, because there is not one mention of a maintenance easement being required for them in order to allow me into the sanitation district. There's not one mention of it, and that was probably 15 minutes of the discussion at the water meeting that night back in the fall of 92, was that I didn't have this maintenance easement. And I was just amazed that they had changed the minutes to reflect that we hadn't talked about that. Well, I come to find out later that the reason they eliminated that from being in the minutes was because if it ever... So basically, had they not meddled in my business, this would have turned out, this whole thing would have turned out completely different. If they would have just left me alone, let me get on the water and sand, build the building, put the tenants in there. I could have had that rented out. I could have rented out the muffler shop. I could have sold the muffler shop. I could have subdivided that. Could have done a lot of things. But basically, what all this is going to prove when it's all over with, if it's ever all over with, which I doubt, it's going to prove, I hope it's going to prove to people that meddling in your neighbor's business is destructive for the most part. It's going to come back to haunt you. Or it can, I should say. It can come back to haunt you. And it can come back to haunt you in spades. And the only person you have to blame is yourself. And that's one thing I found up here. They've blamed the FDIC for so many of their problems. So many people up here are blamers. They are not responsible. They are not accountable. And that's the only way they can survive. And that's bad, because that is just continually transferred, generation after generation. The way the city operates it just nothing ever gets better unless something drastic happens. And basically that's what's going to happen. So anyway, the other thing I was going to say was that I found out this even after, right around, I suppose, in 2000 sometime. This was after I'd found out that the sanitation scam had been, when they hid from me my ability to get on, or kept it from me. I also found out about the year 2000 that in the fall of 1991, before I ever even came to Grand County, that this plan to put this concrete plant was already going into place. And I didn't know about this until 2000. But in 1991 in the fall, Gus Harris and Cody Dochev and the powers that be, the Thompsons' motivation was to get rid of Cody because he was just a pig and such a little man complex. This guy was, he's Mr. Napoleon all the way, in the worst way. The guy just couldn't deal with the fact that he was little. And it definitely depraved the man. The guy is really psychological. He needs some psychological help. But anyway, they had gone to the town and rezoned Gus Harris's two acres, which is directly south of my muffler shop. They did this under protest, which is in the minutes, from the owner of the Broken Arrow Motel, which was straight south of where the project was where the rezoning was. And I don't know if he didn't know it, or if they were counting on the public to be stupid, or if they were counting on the fact that nobody had any money that they'd be able to protest this in court. But the town went and spot zoned the 2 acres directly south of me, which was illegal in Colorado. They had changed the HGB zoning on that 2 acres to industrial. And because no one protested it within 30 days, it became law that they could do that. And therein lies a big problem. When I came along and, inadvertently bought this 2 acres, their plans were that Cody was going to buy this 2 acres, and he'd go to the town and convert it to industrial, because now it adjoined industrial property that they had approved already. So now it was no longer spot zoning, but approving it next to industrial zoning, and would be they were going to get away with it, and they were going to be able to put this concrete plant right there next to all those houses downwind of the town, so that the town would end up getting all this dust again. And they had the concrete on the north side of the County Road 612, and the neighbors, they just hated it up there. But now they were going to just do it all over again. And the main reason was Cody's motivation for doing it in 91 was because of water, I believe. His main reason in doing it in 2000, or 99, or whenever it was to get back at Mark. It wasn't water anymore. He didn't get the message. And that message, again, I say, is, God was telling those people. I didn't know these people. Out of the blue, here I am buying this property with no malice towards anyone. Why didn't they get the message that they should not have put the concrete plant in town ever? Very subtle. This is just normal competition. You go to an auction and somebody outbids you. He would have been mad at anybody. Cody would have been mad at anybody who would have bought the property. Anybody. But you got to go there with enough money. Otherwise, you're the problem. It's your fault that this happened, not mine. You can blame me all you want. You can blame the FDIC. That isn't the problem. You have got to learn to get over it and move on. But no, you sat there and plotted with the Thompsons to keep me down, to not allow me onto the water and sewer district, to not sell me that property, to sell it to Cody, to do this stuff And to get even with me, you developed malice towards me. I never had any malice towards you. Like I said, I tried to sell Cody the property the day I bought it in the spring of '92. I tried to sell it to him in '97 for $250,000. In '99, I had another appraisal done. Tried to sell it to him then for the appraisal price of $395,000. Wilson endowed it, or Wilson did this again, this reappraisal. He still would not come to me with a counter offer. How many times do you have to try to deal with the man? I mean, we had talked about this. These were 3 formal times, as far as I'm concerned. You know, there were many other times when he had, we had a chance to discuss it. Come on, Cody, buy the property. We didn't discuss any price or anything, but come on, Cody, be reasonable. But that's what you cannot do with people in the mountains, especially in Granby. They do not know what reason is. Reason to them is doing it their way. And that's the only thing. Once they get that in their mind, that's the only thing that's reasonable. Well, I've developed that philosophy to a point, maybe even to a higher point, because I am going to be unreasonable to the extent that although they probably cost me $500,000 or more, I know it's been more. I can make it easily $300,000. That's based on my figures. My bookkeeper, who was Mark Krieg, felt that it cost me $500,000. My accountant, Dave Patner, in Granby, both these people are in Granby, felt that it cost me $1,000 for what the town had done to me, what the Thompsons had done to me, what the Dochests had done to me, and what the sanitation district had done to me. That is a lot of money, and that is more money than any man should bear to lose or to not make, or however you want to look at it. I want to say right now, if I would have been married, had a family, things may have gone different. But God built me for this job. He rewarded me for 45, 50 years with the lifestyle that I am so thankful for. And it's unfortunate, the poor people in Granby, so many of them were so jealous of my lifestyle that I could come and go as I pleased. Well, God blessed me in advance for the task that I am about to undertake. And I've tossed this, I have fought this for years now. Here it is, 2004, April of 2004. It was sometime in 2001, I believe. And I'm 6, 2000 or 2001, that the peace, I wept at times trying to understand why this was happening to me. And to do what I had to do to make these people listen, to learn, was just above me. And when I realized that one day, when I was sitting in the hot tub, and I was weeping, a peace came over me that has only come over me a few times before in my life, where I knew that what I was doing was tough, but it was the right thing, and that it was above me. It wasn't me. I was doing this because God wanted me to do it. And I didn't understand it. I said, why did you ask me to do this? Is that why I've never been married, so I didn't have a family? Is that why I've always been successful, so that I would realize my reward before doing this task? I don't know. There are other things I can ask. Had I not carried my cross earlier, and now God had prepared me to carry this cross? I believe so. And I'm carrying the cross willingly now. At first, I fought it. But it has to be done. And the world will write stories about how wrong I am and everything. And without a doubt, I wish it could be done a different way. But there is no way to make this right. I spent one day here in the spring of 2003, the Thompson brothers were down below my house here in Grand Lake, digging a foundation for a house. One day, I had happened to go out the driveway, and Larry Thompson was standing out by his truck by himself, so I drove up to him and had a few words with him. Basically what I told him was that, Larry, I actually called him Ron first. He says, Ron's dead. And I says, I'm sorry, Larry. And I says, but listen, maybe it's good that Ron's dead, because, no, it isn't, he said. And I says, about in 1992, your family made some decisions that financially affected my life for the rest of my life. And I can't afford it. And it cost me at least a minimum of $300,000. And I says, you need to pay me. He says, what are you talking about? I basically told him, I said, don't play ignorant with me. And he shut right up. He says, you know what I'm talking about. I says, your family made those decisions, and I'm referring to the ones that where they kept me off, where Ron Thompson kept me off the sanitation district. I said, you know about that? And I says, you owe me. And I says, I want $300,000 from you. And he says, it'll never happen. And I says, I guarantee you, Larry, I'm going to collect. I says, it's a duty I have. I says, I basically can't call myself a man if I don't make this right. And I says, Ron died. I think of all the money that he got, that you inherited, because he died from your father's estate, that you had all inherited, I think that you ought to probably pay me with that. And he says, not going to happen. And I says, well, I am going to collect. And I drove away. I got about 4 or 5 truck lengths away. And he basically confirmed in my mind right there that he knew what I was talking about. And he knew what had been done. Because he had one thing to say. He screamed it at me as I'm about 5 truck lengths away. He screamed, you can suck my dick. And I stopped the truck and I laughed out loud and I told him, I says, that will never happen. Well, when someone is that frustrated that they've got to say something like that, they know. You could tell it in the tone of his voice. You could tell it by what he said. You could tell it by the way he acted. He's a cowardly bastard. He's a Catholic. And I think they are some of the biggest cowards I have ever met. I've known it for years. They have a different idea. They read from a different Bible. And they believe, I truly believe that they believe the only way that they can stay on top and give the Pope his money and all this stuff is to keep their neighbor down. There is no building to the Catholics to their neighbor. They don't believe in encouraging their neighbor. And that's sad. That's so wrong. I never ran into anyone other than in my small town when I was a kid, where everybody's always backstabbing you in a small community. But I lived in Denver. I had shop in Commerce City, one in Aurora, one in Inglewood, one in Lakewood. I had one shop in Boulder. I never felt that someone was, intentionally working against me. You got employees who are lazy when you're not watching them. They're just screwing off. But, that's employees. I never had anybody sit there and plan to cut me out of an opportunity to make money, like the Thompsons did when they denied me access to the West Sanitation District. Had they not done that, I can assure you, the outcome, concrete plant, the whole thing, would have been completely different. I'm not saying I'd have been that much happier, but I would have never found out that they tried to fuck me. If they would have let me alone, I wouldn't have had this righteous anger that I have towards the Thompsons, their hierarchy, their attitude that they have left in that community for so many years, that has spread and like a cancer through that community, and so many people think like they do. Screw your neighbor. If they had stayed out of my business, the outcome when they started that concrete plant, look at what would have been there. I would have had a building built in '93 that would have had renters in it for 7 years, from 93 until 99, 2000. Till today, maybe. You know, maybe the renters would have all moved out because of the dust. I would have had, if that would have been their feeling, they would have been on my side. We would have protested harder. Maybe the town council would have listened. But because the town council had gone to the effort in 91 to rezone that property, and I had screwed up the town's plans, the town had a hard-on for Marv Heemeyer. They didn't stop and think. Marv didn't have any malice towards us. This is a sign to not do this. No, they kept it in their hardened hearts and said, we'll get him. And they started getting me in 1992 when they kept me off the sanitation district. They started getting me when Gus Harris would not sell the property to me. They got me when Gus Harris sold the property to Cody Dochev. They got me when they issued the building permit to Cody Dochev for the concrete plant and denied that it was for the concrete plant, although everybody knows it was because it is the concrete plant today. Look at the September 7th, 2000 issue of the Sky High News where that concrete foundation was. That's their building. Are we all stupid? Come on. They knew. And when I would ask them these questions, which you won't find in the minutes, they would just shut right up. They'd stonewall you. They didn't have an answer. Neither did I. I mean, I have an answer because I was giving them the answer. And they...
All right, so another brief pause here. So I can see a couple more people have noticed a more passionate Marvin has come about. One person described it as, Pick says it's righteous anger. Word said he noticed a change since when he left for lunch. You've also got a consistent, and you'll see more of it because more of it comes about, is one of the reasons that this event happened was Marvin kept looking to God for an intervention. He was waiting for something to stop him. His sign from God that he was supposed to do this was, no one will interrupt me. I won't get caught. If I get caught, I wasn't supposed to do this. I wasn't supposed to take on this action. I wasn't supposed to do this plan. But by not getting caught, and you'll see he gets close to getting caught at one point, but doesn't. That is his okay signal to continue on. So for good or bad, Marvin got the okay in his own mind, because at this point he's rationalized what's about to happen. He has been fucked over so hard at this point. I think he said he lost at least $300,000 from this whole issue. That's a lot of money. $300,000 in 2004 is probably shit. Let me do a conversion. So, you're talking $300,000 in today's money, with the amount of inflation we've been suffering. 3 to 21. Yeah, that's about $435,000 today from 2003, give or take, right? That much inflation. So, just to kind of put it into current perspective, dude lost a lot of money. And it wasn't even about the money. It was about just how they were just coming against him to basically fuck him to a level that was beyond the, oh, well, we beat you to the punch, it's our property, or, oh, you couldn't do this or that, that's the rules. This was, oh no, we're going to change and rewrite the rules. We're going to do whatever it takes to fuck you out of your business, your property, so we can have our concrete plant. Because apparently this concrete plant is like the second coming of Jesus, or this is where the 72 virgins are found. Whenever you martyr yourself for Islam, which, okay, now I know where to look for that whenever I die. But this is such a major thing in the life of Marvin, right? He has had a lot of his life destroyed by these people. Nothing he has done so far. He's tried to do it the right way. He's tried to take legal action. He's tried to deal with it in the court. Nothing is working. Everything is getting fucked against him. What is he supposed to do? And that's not just a rhetorical question. It's what was he supposed to do? Do you just take this and leave it sitting down? You know, he was talking about wanting, that he would collect because he wasn't a man. He wouldn't be a real man or something if he didn't collect. Do we call that toxic masculinity, quote unquote? That there's this male slash alpha desire to get back at this person? Should he have just let it go? Was it worth just letting go? Should we have let this sink in and drag on for as long as it did? It's a long time. He's talking about the spring of 2003, for a good portion of some of this, is where I think a lot of that hatred starts to bring in. He had originally wanted to do the incident in 2003, but it got pushed into 2004 because of, his own health issues or limitations. So we're still at a point of, did Marvin do anything wrong yet? Has Marvin crossed the threshold of either moral or legal, boundaries? Was he morally in the right still? Was he still legally in the right? Maybe we haven't committed a crime yet. Maybe it is conspiracy to fuck up an entire town, right? But has he actually crossed the line yet? Is Marvin able to be saved at this point, right? You talk about helping people, you talk about intervening when you have someone in crisis, which Marvin is clearly a person in crisis at this point. This man is in desperate need of help. And is there anything you or I could say to do anything to change Marvin's goal or path? Can we intervene in what Marvin is planning to do at this point? Does it even matter? If I brought in a magic button to make it all go away, does it matter at this point? Or do we still need that revenge? Do we still need to do, these other things? Are they still required for us to, do we have to get that revenge? Is it that important to us? Or is there other shit that has to happen beforehand? There's a lot to think about when you do this. Was this ever okay? Was it ever okay to fulfill this idea, to even think of this idea? Yeah, that's again another moral judgment, right? I wouldn't suggest it, but again, did Marvin fully exhaust all the options that he was trying to do? Or was he, again, pushed so far that this was the only way out? Right? Maybe this was the only way out. This is what he saw as the only way out. And that matters. Think about, again, go back to his suicide. Because effectively, Marv was suicidal. His method of suicide was different than your standard person. He ended up ending his own life, but he ended it in a way that may be different than normal. So are we still to blame Marvin for what happens? Should he hold any responsibility up to this point? Because we still have not yet violated the law. He's still technically able to walk away from this. But what could you say or do to this man to convince him to walk away? honestly, from my perspective as a therapist, I don't even know if I could find the words. And that's not like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. It's like, how do you tell this man to just say, well, your whole life got fucked. It's not that big a deal. Just walk away, bro. It's just a prank, bro. Just walk away. It's okay, man. You'll be okay. But Willie, I don't know. This guy got so fucked that, you know, it doesn't seem fair. And of course, life isn't fair. We all know that whole fucking spiel. So, do we still hold any culpability to Marvin yet? Should he have any yet? So, jumping into chat here real quick. Ryo said, I mean, no matter how crazy Marvin gets, I think he's damn saner than the city government's raging boner for fucking everybody's lungs up for shits and giggles. Look, man, have you ever owned a concrete plant? You know, outside of the money, do you know how sexy those things are in the evening sunlight as the sun's going down and that nice fucking glow is coming across from the sunset and that dust is just sprinkles. Ooh, I might need to stop before I get myself into a particular situation that wouldn't be good in public, right? So I think, Marvin pushed, he hit a point of no return at some point here. I wish he hadn't, right? I really wish he hadn't. It was sad to see. Marvin should have never been pushed this far. Ever. No one should ever be pushed this far. It's disgusting. It sickens me that this happened to this man. He did not deserve what happened to him. Ever. No one deserves this. No more than anyone deserves to be bullied. Right? No one deserves to be bullied. No one deserves to be punished for shit like that. But yet, Marvin it was okay for Marvin, apparently. We can fuck Marvin over. No one cares about Marvin. This concrete plant must take precedent, right? Word bearer says that basically the city manager had 3 contractor friends who did all the construction in town, and my parents didn't want to hire them. I guess relating to his own situation with they tried to rebuild a house. When you have a small town government or something like that, it can really screw with what happens now. Squishy Under says, no, he could not have just walked away. It would have weighed on him for the rest of his days. Exactly. Marvin would have either taken his life on June 4th, 2004 with that MK tank, as he so lovingly called it in the tapes here later. Or he would have, probably put a bullet in his brain at some point as later in his life. Not that I'm condoning that. Pick says, I think it would have helped. It seems like a person in pain and just wanted the pain to stop. He didn't plan on being taken alive. And something like that can weigh in your sense of self. If I didn't stand here, would I stand for anything? That's a big one too. Remember, this man has been harmed more than financially. He is been humiliated in a way, right? So it went from, this is, my property and here's the plans and I'm going to do my muffler business to, this concrete plant is just so important and we just have to do everything because of this concrete plant. And where did Marvin actually get considered for a real at any point in this? Like, when did he actually get a fair consideration at all? If he did get one, right? I don't think he did. Ryo said, I think the important question here is, do we really need a society of doormats? People who will not strike back when abused, but just put up with it. So that's a good comment in a way. Is, when you're talking to someone who's been abused, whether it's physical, sexual, emotional, something like this being some form of emotional slash mental abuse, it's not always easy to stand up to the person who's abusing you. How do you get the 5, 7, 9-year-old child to tell their mom or dad to stop touching them? It's not easy. There's positions of authority and power implied in a lot of different ways, especially when you have this whole zoning commission or council. They have, a say over the way this works. The businesses get permission to run or get built or to be allowed to work or operate there. That's like the parent authority over a child being abused. You know, daddy just hit you, but can you hit back? You don't have the same punch as a child as an adult has. I think it functions in a way. Let's see here. Next person. I think under natural justice, town deserves to suffer. I would have probably helped him. Not going to lie. No, I completely agree with that in a way. He did not. He got fucked over in a way that was not okay at all, in my opinion. Right? Is there state oversight of municipal operations? I don't know how the U.S. system works. I don't know how that works state to state. I'm not familiar with Colorado. I don't live there. The state has the power to step in, I think, in certain cases, but I don't know if it would have mattered in this case. And then, depends on the municipality. I already had his dick slapped by the courts. Let's see. Arc 5 said, God told him to do it at this point. You can say nothing to stop it. The time to stop it was in the 90s. I would agree. Let's see. Counterpoint. I had one of my bullies back in school announce that he would love to be treated like he treated me. Everybody took him at his word. He literally asked for it. Yeah, but I don't know. Why would someone ask for that treatment? What does that treatment mean? What is the underlying meaning of that treatment? They want attention. And I've had to describe this to parents before, and it's kind of profound in a way to a parent when you hear it for the first time. Negative attention from a parent is still attention. If your child's misbehaving enough for you to beat them, that's still attention if you're not giving them any attention, right? You yelling and screaming at them when you normally wouldn't say shit to them because they're misbehaving is attention. Your child wants your attention. It doesn't look the best. It's frustrating as fuck as a parent, right? That doesn't mean that their attention isn't wanted or warranted. So that's sometimes things that, parents will miss in that way of, how come my child's doing this or how come my child's doing that? So just because someone's asking for it doesn't mean, that's a good question or a good point. I'll have to think more on that one. If it's like being robbed for $20, the $20 hardly matter as much as the feeling of helplessness and lack of control. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Right. So that feeling of helplessness when something like that happens is so powerful. I've had that feeling in my life. In my job I do now, I've had situations I've run across where no matter what I do, it's not always up to me. That is probably one of the worst parts of my job is I can't force anyone to change. All I can do is give them information. All I can do is talk them through it, but I can't make them do anything. That's the part that sucks. I can't get in their head. I only have such a minor insight into what happens in their day. I wished, I would wish for, people to handle things better, to actually do something about, you know, the shit that they deal with on a day to day. I don't like seeing anybody end up in these situations. It hurts from my perspective. I've had clients leave my office and I've cried after they walked out the door because I just wanted them to leave feeling a little bit better, or to just have the understanding that they're not alone, or that there is something that can happen that is better for them, right? That they don't have to, feel like they've been abandoned. But again, I can't make people do things. Even if I had run across Marvin at the perfect moment of my day to try and intervene, there's no guarantee anything I could have said would have stopped him. And as much as it is to see someone suffer like this, it's never fun from my position either, right? But this ends up becoming legitimately the entire action of what happens here is the regaining of power and control. He lost it. He lost it hard with what happened with this shit. And his effort to get it back, whether you agree with it or not, when those last few minutes were happening, when he decided to end his life, whether or not he felt he finally had the control back in his life from what had happened from those assholes who took it from him, you know, that's one of the unknowns we might never know. You know, I hope that, you know, I don't want to ever see anyone get pushed to this level. It is so painful. I've been in situations that would, you know, I'm sure I'm not the only person out there, and I've known of people who have done the same thing in high school, being pushed to the limit, or middle school being pushed to the limit, where you've had the thoughts about doing your own Columbine or similar event. Never would have actually followed through with it, but just feeling so outed and isolated. Same reason why those kids do that shit, especially if they've been bullied. You know, they want that control that they don't have. Imagine going to a place for 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, where the moment you walk in those doors or the moment you step on that school bus, all the control you have in your life is taken away from you. Or the perception that it's going to be taken away from you exists, so effectively it's taken away anyway. So why would you want to get on that bus? At some point, your level of frustration and anger and helplessness will push you to the limit of, I'm going to fucking do something tomorrow about these guys. I am tired of this shit. I'm going to, he's going to regret he ever did that to me. He's ever going to regret he did this or touched me or felt me, whatever it is, or said this thing or made these you will hit that limit. And that's when you see shit like Columbine and these other incidents happen. People get pushed too far. Marvin got pushed too far. Wasn't okay. So let's go ahead and pick back up where we were. We're getting close to the halfway point now. I know this is a long video. So it's gonna be one of my long streams. So hopefully everyone's in for the ride here. If you need to take a minute or two to go grab drinks or something, I know I've got a Pringles can here I'm eating while I'm on mute. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick back up so we can get some more through this. Again, any comments, questions, post them in chat. I'm keeping an eye on chat as we go through this as well.
I shoot the truth in their face, and they couldn't deal with it. And I'm sorry. They're going to have to deal with it. I guarantee you, I am going to make them deal with it. It is my duty. God has asked me to do this. You know, you can call it revenge. I don't know. I don't doubt that there is. I stop and think. We as human beings, we can put up with doing without unbelievably too much. And I've heard that from motivational speakers. I've read it in books, seen it in seminars where people would talk about that. It's amazing how much we are willing to do without. You know, I sold the property for $400,000. I mean, I had to pay taxes on it, which I did. But I stuck, $360,000 in my pocket. You know? I didn't stick it in my pocket. I gave it away. You know, it's gone because now money means nothing to me. I've given my house away. I do not need this cabin here in Grand Lake. I've given my snowmobiles. I've given those away this year. Everything is gone. What I own is just going to be a pittance compared to what I'm going to take. But hopefully the community will learn something from this and become wiser. And instead of hating their neighbor and keeping your neighbor down, they will love your neighbor. You know, there may not be a lot of love here because you can look at it and say it's coming from me. I've developed malice towards these people. I couldn't live with myself the rest of my life if I didn't have a plan to make this right. I feel pretty worthless. And I know I probably shouldn't, but to know that for 10 years the people in the town of Granby did not want me there. And the fact that I was making good money by the 99 within, 6 years after I started that business, that I was making a pretty good income, I'm sure made them very jealous. I'm sure everything about me made them jealous. I'm sorry that they felt that way. That is a bad way to feel. You know, I wasn't trying to keep up with the Joneses, I know. I say that, maybe that's not true. I was always trying to be the Joneses. Do it my way. Look at me. See what I do. This is what I've done. You all have the opportunity to do what I've done. I haven't done much. I mean, I graduated from high school to 28th of my class of 29. It's no big deal. I wasn't intelligent. I wasn't smart. I wasn't stupid. But I wasn't educated. I didn't have the knack to sit in a classroom and be a bookworm. I don't know why. I may have. I don't know why. But God built me maybe clear back in the 4th grade when I broke my arm. Because that's when my grades started falling off. I don't know. He had this planned clear back then. Maybe, if you believe in predestination, which I do, maybe it was planned before I was born. I don't know. I don't understand predestination that much, but I do believe in it. So here we are, and I am at peace with what I am about to do. I have to be. And although I've wrestled with it for years, and God gave me this last winter off again because He knew that I wasn't strong, and that was so unique that this didn't get done last year. How the sale of the business kind of interrupted my progress on my Marv Komatsu. What did I call it? I got a name for it. Oh, my MK tank. that I didn't get the old MK tank done last fall is amazing, because it should have happened. But God has His timing, His plans made out, and they're to be, and it looks like it's going to be. Because the one thing that I have wanted to do is get caught. I had hoped that somebody would catch me, and that this whole thing would stop, and that would be a good sign for me not to do it. I've hoped. I haven't played the lottery a lot, but I've hoped that I would win the lottery, and I could forget this whole thing. I could move on, because then I would have my $300,000, and I would have my life back, and I could live the way I want to live. But I had that money. This cabin was bought and paid for free. I didn't have a rental payment. People will say that, why did he do that? He had such a good life. He had a better life than me anyway. Well, I can understand that to a point. It's not what I deserved. You meddled in my business and took what I deserved away. You took advantage of my good nature. Well, I think there's something you should learn here. For as good as a man can be, also can he be as bad. And another thing you should learn is that when you visit evil upon someone, be assured it will revisit you. And that is what is happening. It is a good thing, because I think the community of Granby will be stronger. I think that they will understand after years, if they ever hear this tape, if they ever hear the truth, if they're ever willing to listen. That was one thing that the council would not do, ever. They were not, because they knew that they were going to have this concrete plant. Everything that I or the 50 or 80 people that were at those meetings initially, they would fall on deaf ears, because I was the only one, the one person, I should say, that was going to be adversely affected so negatively by the impact of this concrete plant. I stood there and fought till the end. I spent the money. I let that attorney Dietza milk me, because I was fearful, I was weak. Understood. I spent the money. I fought the good fight. To come to realize that I had to do what I have to do now. It's a sad, sad way to do it. But it's a cross that I'm going to carry. And I'm carrying it in God's name, I believe. I truly believe this. I would have been caught. Something would have happened. I mean, there's still some time left. It still may not happen. It could be that the day it does start, the machine quits before I even get out of the building. It may quit right after I get out of the building. It may quit halfway through what I want to do. And that's where it's supposed to stop, because God will have stopped it. I believe that machine, other than sometimes that it won't go in gear, I haven't figured that out yet, but I'm hoping that, that's only happened a couple of times, and then all of a sudden by itself it went into gear. So I don't know what the problem is there, but that could be a very critical problem that stops me. There's just so many things I've hoped for that I wouldn't have to do this, but I'm here today, the 13th of April, 2004, and we're moving on, and I'm trying to make this tape and be done with it. Anyway, I need to digress here a little bit. The town, the people that were on the boards, the Peterson lady, she'd been on that board for so long. She knew the history, what the town wanted. She knew the history of the FDIC. They had so many people on that board. The fat lady that owned the flower shop, or whatever she owned. I can't even remember her name.
Pausing for a second once for two reasons. One, because I think he mentioned Catherine Tucson, for anyone who gets the joke. Two, because there's a couple really important points made by Ryo with once you're altering the minutes to the meetings, you're doing something fucky at this point, all right? Something doesn't add up. You were doing some really fucked up shit to alter meeting minutes, which from if it's a town council meeting, I'm pretty sure that's illegal to some degree, right? If that's an official government function and you're altering the meeting minutes, I think you can get fucked on that one pretty bad. So there's that. Also, on my question of whether or not he deserved it, Seb said he did deserve a fair shot, which was denied to him. I pretty much agree with that. And then this is one of the reasons I stopped here was Arc 5. You can hear it. He really wants an out. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. This guy did not want to do this. Do you think he wanted to do this? And you heard him earlier talking about how he'll be remembered and how people will paint him in this bad light. And you see that too. People have tried to paint him in a bad light, but there is a culture. There is a lot of people who will stand Marvin because they know Marvin wasn't a bad guy at heart. I don't think he was. My listening yesterday and today, I have not gotten the impression of Marvin being a bad guy. Even if we take at face value the accusations of the way he tried to haggle the price of the property for the concrete plant, because he initially had offered a lower amount and found out what was supposed to be there, so he started wanting more from it. Even so, it's called wanting to get your worth out of your property. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in itself. But when you fuck him over in the other ways, that's still too far. That's still not appropriate. That's bad. Bad, 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 period. Marvin just wants to get away from this. He wants to get caught. You heard him. He wanted to get caught. He didn't want to do this. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's days where I could want to do shit like this. But if I ever actually, here's the keys, go for it, I don't think I could actually do it. Marvin continued on with the purpose of, I'm going to keep building it. Maybe I'll get caught. Hopefully I get caught. He didn't get caught. If he wanted to not get caught, he could have done it in a way where he doesn't get caught. He wasn't necessarily trying to not get caught, but he wasn't also, he was obviously trying to keep it, semi-concealed or whatever for obvious reasons, but he could have hid it better. He could have disguised it better. He could have come up with better excuses. He could have had better plans in place to deal with shit like that. But he didn't. This was a man at levels of desperation that this was his calling out. You can hear him calling out. He wants to be free of this burden. Unfortunately for Marvin, that ended in his own life being taken. And the only way he could truly feel free enough to leave this life was to leave it in the way he did. He had to take back at least what he had taken from him, if not multiples of that, which he did. He definitely did. So props to Marvin for high score. You could put your initials on the console before we leave. So when you're at that point of desperation, it's really fucking dark. I know this for multiple reasons. One, I've been there. I've been at a point where I've put a gun to my head and almost pulled the trigger. I could still remember that day as clear as it was, like it was yesterday, and that was 6 years ago now, 7 years ago now. I still remember the sheer terror on my wife's face. But I didn't care in that moment because I was so fucking out of it. I wanted to be done. I wanted to be gone. It was horrible. was fucking awful what I was dealing with at that time. And to just get it to stop was all I wanted. I was just tired. I wanted out. It was too much. This is Marvin putting, he ended up literally putting one to his head. But he figuratively was putting it to his head with the MK tank, right? This was his way out. It's too hard in many cases to see the light when you're surrounded by darkness. It's overwhelming. You feel unable to move, you feel unable to breathe. Every action you take has the potential for something to come out of the shadows and strike you even worse. Why would you want to move any further? Why would you want to take a step to try and get towards the light, to try and get better? There's no reason, right? There's no reason. But there's so much sadness in this story. Like, I don't even know how I can convey it properly. Like, it's overwhelming to me. Like, oh, real quick, Hancock's 102, say thank you for popping in. I hope you watch after work. It's going to be a little bit of a long one. So sorry for that. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. I have gone on a few rants. So have a good time at work today. But back to what I was saying is it's hard to find your way back. Marvin didn't have the support systems in place to find his way back. That wasn't necessarily his fault either. Like I said before, really hard to see the light when you're this far gone. Hey, if you like the long streams, I'll do the long streams. I love it long, baby. I will give it to you long, all night long. But these are so, like, listening to Marvin just as, I could sit here and think about the shit I've gone through and how it relates. I'm sure some of you can too, right? Maybe not to the same level to where you want to level a town, literally, but to where the stress is overwhelming and you just want it to end. You just wish this situation would disappear. My last fucking 4 weeks of my life, I spent 2 weeks of it in a hot ass house in 90-degree weather, where my inside of my house was literally 90 degrees because my AC was dead for about a week and a half to 2 weeks. My hot water heater's been dead for close to 3 weeks or more. Because one, I had to replace it. Two, I had to redo piping in my walls that were also fucking leaking. And, I had to do it with my limited skill set. I know how to do it, but I'm disabled a bit and I don't know how to do it all the proper ways. So I had to, Google shit, figure shit out, make mistakes, make multiple trips to Home Depot, all that shit. So, and that's that's nothing compared to some of the worst shit I've been to. But even then, that's so stressful. I couldn't imagine losing $300,000, right? Having it ripped out from underneath of me in the ways that Marvin did. That's a lot. No one should ever be put in that situation, especially by an artificial entity like government. So it's turning into a very anarchist stream or libertarian stream, however you wish to look at it, right? But let's go ahead and pick back up. Marvin's making some really good points. We're on tape 2, side A, so we should be crossing into the fourth. Part 4 is 7 here soon, so let's go ahead and pick that back up. I can't even imagine having that much money. Yeah, I know. When I bought my house for 120 on a 15-year, I still was like, that's a lot of money.
Casey at Gamble's. So many of those people had these sentiments towards the FDIC, which had been permeating the community since the FDIC did what they did. And here I am, a beneficiary of the FDIC, and they were definitely out to get their feelings, I guess, what's the word? Appeased, you know, which is something else, you know. I tried to wrongly. For years, I tried to appease Cody Docheff's misguided anger. I tried to talk to him. I tried to be friendly towards him. Talk to his kid. I bought every bit of concrete, which turned out to be shit. He ripped me off on that concrete so bad. But, you know, I tried to buy all my concrete from the guy, and, you know, I had no malice towards this man or any person in Granby, and yet they had to do this to me. And for what was their guise? The sales tax, the increased amount of sales tax revenue. And I tried to explain to them, you don't have that much sales tax here for the detriment that you're causing to the community. All of the products are delivered, most of the products are delivered out in the county. And I says, the few that you're going to sell infiltrators right here in town, people are going to come up and pick up some manholes, might even pick up a septic system once in a while. Who knows? They're going to pick up, what? Maybe 5% of the business? Okay. What is that for what you're causing the downgrading of the community, of the motels? Now we got a motel with concrete plant on one side. Before we had it with just the railroad tracks, waking everybody up at night, going back and forth. Okay, you know, sometimes you're going to get a motel like this. Now you got one with a fucking concrete plant with absolutely no hours of operation restrictions, you know, other than what the federal government, you know, guidelines are imposed, you know, which is everybody. But those concrete plants are not in the center of town. They're out in the country for the most part. Only their malice, their resentment towards the outsiders, was their motive for making sure that concrete got in town. And it's just uncanny. After it got started, how I tried to stop it, how every time I did, I failed. It told me one thing, that God wanted these people to learn. And he knew that I eventually would get to the point where I wouldn't put up with what they were taking away from me, for what they had denied me. God knew Marvin Heemeyer very well. He put me up here.
That's a tape change.
God knew Marvin Heemeyer very well. He put me up here.
That's on Marv's end, not mine. Say it's still playing. It's just there's a couple gaps. It happened a couple times when I was listening to it.
He put me up here. Initially, I expect to stop this whole process, which it did. It did for 10 years. And that was God's will. But it was not God's will that they do what they did to me. That was man's will. That was their will. And, you know, it's effective. Don't agree with it. I could never agree with it. When man's will is to harm his neighbor and keep him from prospering, it's wrong. And that's basically that's all they did. The many years that I was there. So, you know, we're coming up on that day when I'm going to do what I have to do, and we'll see what happens. I know that you know, it's God's will. It's going to be God's will be done. It's not mine. So we'll see what happens. That's just the way it is. You know, all the it's about 8:30 in the evening on the 13th. All or most of the documentation between me and the town while this was going on, and between me and this attorney Dietza, has been put on paper, and it's in a plastic bag in the back of the Subaru. And there's a chronological order there, but I don't have that with me here, so I'm kind of jumping around. But it's in there, and if you put it together, how it happened, it's all there, and that will basically back up what I'm saying. It's also in the computer I have here, which I think I downloaded a lot of that stuff onto paper, and that's what's in the Subaru. But the computer is going to go to South Dakota, and it'll be stored where it's supposed to be. And I would hope that the people that have it for one day could figure it out to know the truth. And I guess if they do figure it all out, and they still figure I'm wrong, well, that's the way they figure. That's the way people figure. I don't think that I would be making this tape. I don't think I'd be still sitting here, 2, 3 years after all this stuff was done, 4 years, whatever. It'd still be bothering me. It took my whole retirement away. I've got no life. The life I've got, sure, I've got a life if you want to settle for that kind of a life, but that's not what I've been taught to do. You settle for things if that's the way it goes. If I had gone bankrupt and lost a muffler shop with the property and went to an auction later on, the FDIC got it back or whatever, and I went to that auction and I didn't bring enough money with me to buy it, it's a good sign, that I shouldn't have it back and that I should go do something else. But if I was supposed to have it, if I was supposed to continue on, if I was supposed to get it back, I would have bought it. And that would be a good sign to go on. But Cody didn't bring enough money. And he lost. And he just has refused to give it up. The town, because their plans that they made for rezoning that 2 acres, when they rezoned Gus Harris's 2 acres south of me, when I stepped in, when God put me there to buy that property, and their plans were done with, they were eliminated, they were stopped, they should have moved on. They should have looked for a better place. And I know Cody wanted to. This is something important. He wanted the concrete plant to be out there by Hot Sulphur Springs, just east of Hot Sulphur Springs. And I didn't really care. I didn't go to any of the meetings or anything. But they turned it down, and it was way outside of town. It was downwind of the town. But this was very interesting, and this is why we should have had a change of venue in the court proceedings. We should have had this moved to Steamboat, because the judge who sat at our trial, the judge had gone to those meetings in 97. I believe it was 97 when Cody tried to get that out there by Hot Sulphur Springs. The judge owned property across the highway to the north. And the judge and his wife went to the meetings for the county to oppose this concrete plant being there because it was going to devalue their property. And the letters are there at the county, at the Hot Sulphur Springs, at the courthouse there. And I found this out a couple of weeks after I lost the case. I'd heard somebody said that he had fought this judge had. And so I went down to the court and I found these records, and there's copies of those are in the back of that Subaru, I believe. His letter from his wife and what she said. And these were strictly, from the judge's heart. It wasn't from his wife. It was from him because he was at those meetings. And it's right in the record. For when you go to those meetings, you have to sign in, and he signed in. And he should have recused himself from doing this. But by doing what he did, by making the judgment in favor of the Dochefs and the town, he ensured that it would never come back to be at that location in the gravel pit across from his property. And my attorney, as paid off as he was, however they got to him or whatever his thinking was, he even told me that I should write the judge and ask him to set aside his verdict, and that we should have a new judge redo it. But what was the point? I spend another $50,000 with this attorney so that we go fight it someplace else? That's all he was doing, was making money on the deal. He didn't care if I win or lose. As a matter of fact, in one of the letters he sent me, which is a copy in the computer and in the back of the Subaru, he said that he wouldn't appeal it. I always told him, I said, Dietz, if this is good enough to take to court the first time in the face of all the negative feelings that I have about winning it, I says it's good enough if we lose to appeal it to a higher court. Dietz wouldn't do it. He would not appeal it, even after I told him that the judge had fought this concrete plant when it was going to be across from his property, which wasn't even downwind of the property. It was right beside it, but it was for the most part upwind of the darn concrete plant, and it property wouldn't have been affected near as badly as my property was, or the town property of my neighbors. And anyway, Dietz said that he would not appeal it, and he said this in a letter because he had future cases coming up in front of Judge Doucette, and he felt that if he appealed Judge Doucette's ruling, that it would affect adversely on him in these other cases. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is called, but without a doubt, it was wrong. If he was willing to take my money for all those months and years that we fought this thing, convincing me all along that we were going to win, that it was the right thing, I was doing the right thing, he really should have done it without being paid. And I should have been smart enough to tell him that clear back there when they made that resolution in 2000, that he shouldn't get paid anymore. But I didn't know about how towns operate. Especially, I didn't know they were that crooked. So, I made a mistake. I made a lot of mistakes. And what did they teach me? I mean, why? So I learned how to go to FDIC auctions maybe and buy property, and if there was the previous owner bid against me at the future auctions when I bought this property, that I would just sell it real quick. What good does that do me when I'm 65 years old, if that's when the FDIC starts selling properties that have been foreclosed on again, if there's a glut of those on the market because the economy drops? I don't need that kind of money at 65. I needed it when I was in my 40s and my 50s. That's when it should have been here, and it's not here. So the money that I've got is of no use to me because I am not going to live the life they want me to live. They think that I should have to stay down there in Granby. I should have kept my muffler shop going. I should have put up with all the dust, all the the Snickers. The town council. I'd pass them in the post office, and they'd snicker at me after they knew I lost. On the street, Casey Farrell. I mean, the guy, what a barbarian. He's just a very sick man. He comes across as being one of those good guys, and he's nothing like that at all. He's part of the problem. As we're with that whole system down there, the good old boy system. When you come up against a person like me, you got to help me. Throw me a bone. You wouldn't throw me anything. You couldn't. I mean, when Cody first came to those meetings, he said he would put up walls and he would do all this different stuff. We don't have any of it. It doesn't make any sense. Other than that, it was the good old boys patting each other on the back. Well, you should have made me, if not one of the good old boys, you should have given me a bone to get out of there so that I could leave you alone and do what you wanted. I put the property up for sale almost as soon as this PDO started. Get me out of here. But you couldn't read that. And if you did, you read it so that you said, "Ha, we got him. We know he wants to get out of there. We know he knows he's screwed. Let's really screw him." That's exactly what their attitude was. And they did. I had no choice. What was I supposed to do? So when I had my auction, these people, I netted, when I sold the property by myself to Travis Bussey and his partner Bob, I netted $400,000 on the sale because I didn't use a realtor. At the auction, I would have had to pay the auctioneer 10% of the sales price to net the $400,000. I had it listed as a minimum reserve of $450,000. And remember, I am forfeiting my business, the goodwill, all that, what I would call equity. I'm giving it up. And I says, look, if I advertise it at a minimum of $450,000, we pay 10% of that to the auctioneer. That leaves me with $405,000. If they would have bought it at that auction for $450,000, I would have walked away. But there wasn't one bid. And it also is unique how I had 5 things that were reserved at the auction: the bulldozer, the land, a Cabelco backhoe, my 72 Nova, and a pair of jet skis. It is unique how the jet skis made the minimum, the Cabelco made the minimum, the Nova went over the minimum, and they sold. But what 2 things did I keep? The Komatsu dozer and the property. So stop and think about this. I wasn't supposed to walk away from this because the Komatsu was still there. The build property was still there. If I would have gotten a bid of $450,000, I would have netted $5,000 more than I actually netted. Is that what it cost for you people to not pay? Because what I'm going to do is going to be worth way more than the $5,000 if you get... I know I'm not very good at explaining this, but I hope you get my drift here. You blew it. Maybe you say it didn't happen because it would have cost you $50,000 extra than what I actually netted. Well, you were telling everybody, Cody was telling everybody that I talked to that the property was only worth $300,000. Well, Cody, you were lying to people because I netted $400,000. I would have netted $405,000 had I sold it at the auction. You guys could have gotten rid of me. But that was one of those things I said, God, if it brings $450,000, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'll forget it. I'll live. I'll get on with my life. It didn't bring it. It didn't bring it. It just amazes me that it didn't, because I was so close to walking away from this. Anyway, so I got the dozer and I got the building. Another thing that was very, very unique was, now how am I going to do, what am I going to do with this dozer? Okay, I had it up on the driveway for sale, and according to the Ritchie Brothers auction, okay, I don't believe that any of the Komatsu D355s were as in good a shape as this one was. This Komatsu was owned by, I believe it was Fresno Tractor, and they'd owned it for about 6 years and had rented it out. And this Komatsu was in excellent condition. If any Komatsu D355 should have brought $54,000, which is what I had it at, that one should have. I was willing at the auction to take $33,000 for it. Couldn't get a bid. I got a $20,000 bid. That was the only real bid we got. Well, I had $24,000 in it. I'm not going to sell it for that, especially when Ritchie Brothers says it's worth $43,000. So I kept the dozer. What was unique, after everything's gone, I find out that the dozer is 2 inches shorter than 12 feet and will go into the storage building. It is 1 inch narrower than the door. If I take the little bottom, the edging grousers off, or whatever they call them on the dozer blade, if I take those off, that dozer will go in my storage building. So I says, well, let's put it inside, because then I can build it to do what I am supposed to do. And I could not believe it. I put up a 4x8 piece of plywood on each side of the door so that the blade would go through, drove that thing up there, got out to where the cab was close to the door, checked the clearance, and I had 2-3 inches of clearance. I drove it right in there. It fit through that door so tight you almost had to grease it to get it in there. Why did that particular dozer fit in the building? Why had I not bought one of the D9s at that Fresno auction? It doesn't make any sense. You know, a D9's got more horsepower. It's probably more dependable than a Komatsu. If I'd have bought one of them, I'd have never got it in that building, because they were much taller than the Komatsu was. So I'm thinking, well, this is good. I get it inside, now I can build it. Must be what I'm supposed to do. Put it inside under the guise that, you know, it's winter time. I'm not going to be here. Everything's sold. I don't have a muffler shop anymore. I'm going to go snowmobiling. I got to keep it out of the weather, and I got to keep it away from the friggin' criminals down there in Granby who are going to come by and sabotage it, which did happen to my place more than once in the 10 years, 11 years that I was down there. People would steal different things and so forth. I mean, it's a sick town. Other than have the store that I had in Commerce City, the muffler shop, which got broke into one time, I never had any problems with theft in any of the businesses that I ever owned, or any of the shops that I ever run. But in Granby, I had problems. And there may be good reasons for that, because it wasn't sitting on a main street and so forth, and whatever, you know. But there were more break-ins in my building in Granby than any business I have ever owned. There was 4 to be exact. 3 were attempted, I should say, where they didn't get in, or if they did, they didn't take anything. The one time that they did take anything, they stole some wheels off of a street rod that I had sitting in front of the building. And those people got caught. And I got restitution from one of them. There was 3 kids. One of them paid his restitution. The other 2, for all I know, they're in jail today. But it's just the way that town is. It's just, you know, they're poor. Right now, I think that everybody's probably got a lot of money in their pockets, because we've had pretty good economy up here the last 5 or 6 years. But those people all could have $1 million each. They would still be poor. They're poor in mind, they're poor in pocketbook, they're poor in spirit, they're poor in heart. They're just poor people. And I don't know, you know, it's they need to They need to stop thinking that they have to get some self-esteem, some self-respect, and love their neighbors, and not try to deprive them of a right to make a living, to have their dreams realized. And it's sad that people down there do that. And I'm talking about the leaders of the community. They keep people down, because if they didn't, the real cream of the crop would rise to the top and knock them from their position. But of course, their definition of cream of the crop is to see how devious you can be to screw your neighbor. If you're devious enough and you're smart enough and wily enough to screw your neighbor, then you're the cream and you should be on top. You shouldn't earn it through doing honest, hard work. You have to get together, have secret meetings. You have to spend years conniving, waiting for an opportunity to screw your neighbor. Well, I've never done it, and I ain't planning on doing it, other than what I'm doing now. And this will be the first time that I've ever done something like that, the way they want it to be done, the way they do it, to do it in secret, to do things behind their back, to lie to you when you ask them what their plans are, and they won't tell you. I've had to do that. People ask me, what am I doing? Oh, I'm not doing anything. I spent the whole summer of 2003 in that friggin' building, lived there without a shower for as much as 4 days at a time, working on that dozer, getting it prepared to do what I have to do. And that's another thing that was so uncanny. We talk about getting caught. Why didn't I get caught? Why haven't I been caught? Or why didn't I get caught up to now? Last fall, when Travis and Bob go to buy the place, they need to have their insurance man come in and see the storage building. They want to see inside. Now, I had put up a temporary wall, and I had insulated that whole building that summer and had started working on this dozer. I had this dozer about half done, by maybe 3/4 done by the time they wanted this insurance guy to come in. I had to clean that whole shop up, hide all the steel, the welders, hide all that stuff in a little room in the corner I built out of 2x4s and canvas. And then what did I do? I took polypropylene tarps and I covered the dozer, which I had the whole cab armor on. I had about half of the engine armor on, and I covered it up with tarps and taped it all shut. And I says, maybe this is where I'm supposed to get caught. They're going to come in here and they're going to get nosy. They're going to want to know what's under this dozer. They're going to find out that I'm building this, and somebody's going to go call the cops, and they're going to put a stop to it. Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. Catch me, okay? They came in there after I had the shop all cleaned up, had everything put away, had the dozer covered up with these polypropylene tarps. I even put a lift in there to lift all this steel onto the dozer. This lift was about 20 feet long, had a 20-foot arm on it with an electric winch, and it swung on a post. And that's how I lifted all this steel to get it on there. Okay? The lift is there. So these guys come in. Oh, well, what's this? This is the dozer. Oh, okay. Well, what's this lift, they say. And I say, well, I made up this story about this guy from Minnesota who was a professor at the university there and was working on a system to, it was called, I can't even think of it right now, when you deep freeze things. Cryogenics or something like that. I said this professor was perfecting a cryogenics cooling system to go in the intake of the diesel engine, which would cool the air and increase the performance of the engine and increase the hourly fuel consumption. And they bought it. They said, I says, but the lift goes when I leave. You know, when this guy comes to pick his dozer up after he's done all this testing, you know, we put this lift in so we could lift this big 800-pound condenser up on the back, you know, which he had mismeasured, and they had to take it back to Minnesota. And then he's got this other evaporator that we had to lift, plus the pump has got to go on there. We're running that off of a drive, an auxiliary drive, PTO drive that they've got on the engine. I had this all bullshit story, and they went along with it. You know, I said, I couldn't believe it when they walked out the door. I'm safe. How come they didn't catch me? It was right there under their nose. Well, I wasn't supposed to get caught. Not yet. Maybe I will. Maybe this whole thing will come to stop early. That's the way it's supposed to be. I will accept that. They took away my life. They took away my future. They took away my hope. They took away any desires that I had. I cannot operate in a community of people that does that to their neighbors. I wasted 13 years of my life down there because the Thompsons were pissed off that I bought that property. You put yourself in my shoes and tell me how you would feel at 50 years old realizing that you've wasted 10 years of your life because of someone's malice, because of their jealousy, because of their greed, because of their hate. I'm 52 now. That's why I talk about 12, 13 years. You know, it was 10 years then. You know, it just isn't right. I cannot. There used to be a time when I could withstand these types of losses. I could never afford them. You can never afford to lose money. You can withstand it, and you can recover sometimes. Most of the time I looked at it that way, it was because I was young, and I was strong, and I could go out and physically do the work. I'm 52 now. I can't do it. I can't withstand it. I can't recover. We're talking about losing $300,000, which, along with the sale of the property, would have been my retirement, would have let me go on to do other things, to make more wealth. But when you take 10 years of my life away and just piss it down the drain and are happy about it and ecstatic about it, no. I've taken all I can take. How I react, yes, it's a reaction. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how God built me. You know? It is not my fault. What'd that one guy say? Those who made me your enemies, or enemy, those who made me your enemy, they are the guilty ones. The Thompsons are guilty. The Dochefs are guilty. The Granby Town Board is guilty. The Granby Planning Commission is guilty. My neighbors are guilty. It took all of you 10 years to get me. And you got me, no doubt about it. I got screwed big time. We talked today about it to Dave Patner. He knows I got fucked. And he knows that they do it. And they get away with it. There's nothing you can do about it, he says. Well, I'm going to do something about it. It may only change people for a generation. Maybe two. May not change them at all. Maybe make them worse. That's the way it's supposed to be. And that's the way it will be. God's will be done. Through me.
So pausing for a minute real quick just to kind of catch up because chat was pretty active for a few minutes there. Is let's see. Squishy said, I primarily liked him pointing out how scared the town was afterwards that they scrapped the thing in separate yards. That was actually really interesting. I get why they did it. I think it's dumb. I mean, technically, if they wanted to, they could have made a fuckload of money off of that. I mean, no one died except him. I mean, you could sell those pieces as souvenirs and make an assload of money. Um, I don't see why you wouldn't. So, I would. Fuck it. He dead. Make the money. Go for it. I mean, what's the harm, right? Seriously. Um, but they were scared. That was a scary thing. I'm betting that they had never been challenged on their misuse of authority before. And the fact that someone had the balls to challenge them probably was a little too much for them to bear at that point. Because not many times do you push back against authority and win, right? It is a rare occasion when that happens. So, in this case, he won out. I guess if you look at it overall, he probably lost because he died, but he did win in the general sense of the word. He got the city, the country, the world to pay attention to his cause. Now, we shouldn't, necessarily take such drastic actions to, get seen by people when we're desperate. But again, he was given no way to communicate with others, right? Really? What else was he supposed to do is what I keep coming back to. Is to him, he had reached out, he had done the things he thought he was supposed to do by this point, right? Where do you go from there? I think that's, the complicated part that most, that kind of follows after that is how do you move forward from that? So let's continue down real quick. Even if they found a dozer, I think they wouldn't have known what to make of it. Probably they seemed kind of stupid. I don't think it's actually illegal to build a KillDozer. I don't think it is either. There's nothing necessarily illegal about that, to my knowledge. There's no illegal weaponry. You don't, even if you did put like a 50 cal or something on it, as long as you had your, your what is it, ATF Form 4s or whatever the fuck it is off the top of my head. As long as you had your paperwork in line, you could put it on there, I would think. Like someone was saying, it is legal to own a tank and you can drive it, on the road with rubber tracks. Yeah, and I noticed this too, Ark. He does get really fucking hopeful that he'll get found out. I honestly, in my heart of hearts, listening to him, I think he did this with reluctance. Like the day finally came, everything was probably put together. The things were lined up. All the checkerboard pieces were ready to go. Other events were taking place as it related to his properties and shit. And that was just a day to finally hit the button. Fire up and let's go. Wasn't maybe maybe it wasn't the best way to deal with it again, but you're still struggling. You're still talking about someone who's going through this awful, awful shit. And I still feel there was so many ways to better approach this. All it would have taken was one person to come to him and say, Marvin, are you okay? I see that the city's been fucking you hard. no lube, no condom, didn't get an STD test. They're fucking you hard, man. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to circle jerk in the corner about it? Anything. All it would have taken was something. It could have been that. That's all it would have taken. But let's go ahead and continue real quick. Plus, I have a phone call coming in.
We're going to fly. So anyway, this is tape 3. It's about 10:05 on the 13th of April 2004. I want to say that I believe that I am an American patriot. I believe in the free enterprise system. I believe in a level playing field of competition. If you want to change that level playing field of competition to your advantage, basically you give me license to do that also when my opportunity comes around, because you are the leaders of the community, and you set the example, and you do the teaching, and you through example, through your actions, you show the community how things are supposed to be done. I am one of the greatest followers you would ever meet, because I know you cannot be a good leader unless you are a good follower. I have followed all the parameters that was supposed to have followed to get that property. You, on the other hand, the town of Granby, the people of Granby, the leaders of Granby, have not. You have conspired against me. And that, in doing so, and I understand it's a conspiracy, we can't prove anything. And with you, the way you change your minutes at all your meetings, I understand that. It can't be proven. I'm not that diligent to catch every problem and attack everything that you do. There's too many of you. It's too big of a task. But you have given me license, through your example, to do what I need to do. When I do this, that levels the playing field in my favor. So now we've got a lopsided playing field, because when I come back at you, I'm going to destroy your side of the playing field. I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to get, I always believed in paying my bills. You got to make money. And you do that, if you got a champagne income with a beer taste, you're going to do well. And that's what I've always had. Always believed that's the way it should be. That's the only way I could get ahead. If you got a champagne taste with a champagne income, you're even. If you got a beer taste with a beer income, you're just even. If you got a champagne taste with beer income, you're screwed. So you got to have a beer taste with a champagne income, then you'll get ahead. And that's what I've always had. You've taken that away from me. You've taken that income away completely. And how you did it allows me to do what I need to do to make this right. And I'm taking it a step further in that, in leveling this playing field, I've always said, never get even. Don't get even. You either have to walk away or you have to get ahead. I am going to get ahead. Or maybe I'm just going to put you down. But it's going to cost you millions compared to the $50,000 you could have gotten out at my auction. You could have walked away. Compared to the $600,000 that I initially asked who, a professional realtor, agreed with me on the value of that property and business was worth $595,000. She listed the property, had it listed for 2 years. We reduced it and reduced it and reduced it. And nobody, because of your anger, because of your malice, because of your hate, you would not work with me. So now, I believe that I have to leave this world with a debt so great to you it can never be repaid until the final judgment. We'll see what that cost is. Will it be too great? Maybe. But there's got to be some good come of this. And at this point, there is no good. I am here short of what I deserved. All I ever wanted was what I deserved. You denied me of that. You are there thinking you have gotten away with destroying a person, an outsider, and you have gotten your way. And that's wrong. That was man's will. It was not God's will. It was with your input. So now this, true, it is with my input also that I come back at you. But you gave me license to come back at you. You taught me how to act towards your neighbor. And that's how I'm going to do. And you will learn this lesson, that is not the way to do it. I am going to sacrifice my life, my future, to show you, my miserable future that you gave me, to show you that what you did was wrong. I know the newspaper guy, he'd never admit it. That guy is told so many lies. That's one thing about lying. You tell a lie, usually you got to tell 5 more to cover that up. And then you got to tell 5 lies for each one of those 5 to cover those 5 up. And it just escalates. And pretty soon, all you're doing is lying. And you always, you get caught in a lie, and how you do, you tell 10 more lies, and you bullshit your way out of it. I never used to do that. I never could do that. I didn't want to do that. If I was honest with people, straightforward, they knew where I stood. The deal was over with. It was done. The bad thing about being honest, the straightforward, and doing that is people know where you stand, and they try to take advantage of you. They take advantage of your good nature. They take advantage of the fact that they know that you're a good guy, you are a straight shooter, and that you're not going to retaliate on them when they fuck you. Well, folks, most of the time I believe that's probably true. But God built me to be here to prove to you that what you have been doing for God knows how many years is wrong. You picked on the wrong man. I'm not tough. I'm not that strong. What I'm going to do is above me. And God gave me that peace years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, in that hot tub, that I had to do this, that I could not do it without God's help, that it was His strength that would spur me on at 51 and 52 years old to get this job done. He would get the job done at the pace that I could do it. And I believe that is why He gave me last winter off. I was not fast enough. I did not have the energy that I, in my 40s and 50s, early 50s, that I had when I was in my 30s. So He gave me the winter off. He says, Marv, you're not going to get it done. Go take off this winter. Go play. But next spring, after the hill climb, you've got to do this. You've got to get this done. And that was where I was. That was my goal, so to speak, was take the winter off, relax. Maybe something would come up to change my mind, that I wouldn't do that I would completely dismantle the MK tank. Didn't happen, folks. Didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? You had a whole winter to have something happen good to Marvin Heemeyer. It didn't happen. So here I am, back there, doing what I have to do. I'm building the MK tank. And like I said earlier, maybe I'm repeating myself here, but God may be giving me a wide open path in building this to come up dead up against a brick wall. If I'm dead 30 seconds after I get out of that building, if I'm dead through an accident or a piece of steel that I lift up on the dozer yet drops down, something malfunctions, injures me, puts me in the hospital, kills me, whatever, I'll accept that. But you're going to know what my intentions were. Because basically my deadline, I've had deadlines and I've had to postpone them. You know, first it was supposed to be the spring of 2003 that this would happen. Then that got put off a month, and then I just didn't get things done. And it got put off until the fall, and now it's been put off till the spring. Well, you're going to know how intent I was on teaching you people that what you're doing is wrong. There's going to be other things that you're going to realize, that you're going to understand, hopefully. And maybe that's all that needs to be done to stop you from the greed you have, the hate you have, the anger and malice to outsiders. It's not good, folks. I don't think that just knowing what I'm doing is enough. I think God will bless me to get the machine done, to drive it, to do the stuff that I have to do, up to a point, and then the machine will do one of 2 or 3 times. You're either going to blow me right off the fucking streets, I'm going to have a heart attack and die because I'm all pumped up. The machine's going to break. Or maybe it'll go all day and I'll run out of fuel. I don't know. I got a lot of fuel in that thing, let me tell you. So I'm trying to be as prepared as I can be to do what I believe needs to be done, what God has inspired me to do. And we'll see once where it goes. You know? Because it definitely is in God's hands. It is not in my hands. Without a doubt, I'm building it. But there's a reason why I am successful at continuing this project. Maybe it's just for me. Maybe I will get caught. And maybe I'll see how foolish it was. But if I don't, I know I'm going to be dead. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I am the co-captain of my life. God is first, I am second. Okay? This is where He's taken me. This is where you have tried to control my life. You have tried to be the captain of my life. You do not run my life. You do not determine my income. You do not determine what I desire, what I want, what I deserve. I determine that, and my God determines that. Not you people. No people do that. If they do, then you're a slave to them. And I am not a slave to man. I am a slave to God. And I am a slave to what God tells me I should have. And that's why we are where we are. Let's stop here. You know, this may be unimportant, but had a friend here in Grand Lake. Have a friend. Lives in Denver, owns property up here. His name's Curtis Wright. I've known him for about 3 years. Pretty good guy. He's from Iowa. This guy walked away from a bad deal there in Minnesota, I guess. He had a partner who screwed him out of a lot of money. And he tells me that, you know, he dwelled on this for quite a while, and he rationalized this, that he deserved to get screwed, and that he needed to quit thinking about his enemies and what they had done to him. He needed to be thinking about his friends. And that's why he lives today. He lives for his friends. Well, that's comforting to him, and that's good, and that's what it takes. I firmly believe that one day he will regret not taking some kind of action to recoup what he lost in Minnesota. Now, he may put it out of his mind for the rest of his life, but I know that affected that man in an adverse way. It hurt him. It killed his spirit to a large degree. This man, he's a hell of a wrestler. Wrestled for the Hawkeyes. I don't know. He wrestled for some Iowa team. He hates it when I get it wrong. Anyway, he was a good wrestler. And he had a lot of will and a lot of strength. And he was a winner. And when he lost there in Minnesota to that guy, basically I guess he walked away from the company, and the guy was rid of him, and the guy went on to sell the business a short time thereafter for quite a huge amount of money, and Curtis lost all that. Well, I guess Curtis needs to be beat up even worse to get to that point where he says, enough is enough. I have been beaten to a point where I'm not going to take it anymore. And believe me, I have been beaten in my life. I have lost a greater fortune than I have, without a doubt. But I don't think that's what God had planned for me. I think God expected me to get that. And He expects me to do something to those who kept me now from getting that. From getting what I deserved. Well, I will get what I deserve in trying to make this justice, to get this, make this all right. I will get what I deserve. But I'm not afraid of death. That was another thing. A movie I watched said, there's a lot of things that'll gnaw at a man's heart and soul, a lot worse than death. And this will gnaw at me for the rest of my life. And I'm not going to live with it. I may die with it, but I will not live with it. I lost $57,000 in the mid-'80s over at Toponis on a land scam that this realtor devised a scheme where he would have wraparound mortgages, and a corporation would sell these lots, and after so many years they would go bankrupt, and we as purchasers would have paid the county commissioner of Routt County, his name was Visitainer, so many thousands of dollars. He'd have made thousands of dollars in real estate commissions, and everybody would come out of it winning except the owners of the land. And when we finally lost everything, there was 12 of us, I believe, in the group that still owned land there. Of the over 100 lots that had been sold over that 8-year period or 10-year period, most of the people had given up on their dreams to have that 40-acre parcel there, and they let the property be foreclosed on earlier. We were naive enough to believe that the economy would turn around and everything would get going. We didn't realize it was a legal scam. And there was 12 of us. We went and met with Franscona and the attorneys in Boulder. We spent a day with this guy, paid him $1,500 to have this meeting, and he told us that there was nothing that he could do because the way it was set up. It was legal what they did, and it was called a forfeiture of equity, and the court frowned on that. But if we went to court, it cost us $30,000, and we'd still lose. Well, I walked away from that deal. There were 2 of the people, I believe, were close enough to having their lots paid off that they paid them off and they got their 40 acres. But the rest of us weren't well heeled enough to do that. So I walked away from that. It was $57,000 loss. And I wrote it off on my taxes, and I probably got, I don't know, $18,000 back, where I didn't have to pay taxes anyway. But it was wrong. I had a partner, the first partner I had in the muffler business. He cost me well over $10,000. The first franchise I bought went bankrupt within 4 months after me giving in their franchise fee. That was a $10,000 loss. The real estate that I bought, the apartment complex, I owned that damn thing for 2.5 years, 3 years, I can't remember. Believed this realtor who went to this Christian Reformed church that I was attending. I trusted this man. Wrong, Marv, wrong. Never trust man at all. Trust God and trust yourself, but don't trust another man, or just don't. I had to learn this the hard way. I broke even on that apartment. I think I probably lost money, but I want to tell myself I broke even. That way I don't feel bad about it. But if I would have the money that I have lost, I'd be a multi-millionaire. I don't understand it. I guess I'm a dumb person. I know that I'm a dumb person. I'm not as witty as some. I'm not as sharp as some. I don't know that that's the backbone of America, though. I don't know what the backbone of America is anymore. Anyway, I have been screwed a lot of times, and I walked away from it. And I said, I don't need it. Just like this guy in Boulder. The man quit paying me last November. Walked away from a $130,000 note. The IRS confiscated his house. They wanted to take the business, but fortunately I had the Secretary of UCC filing with the Secretary of State. They didn't get the equipment. So what do I have to do? I sell everything for $25,000 bid. That was the bid I got. A good family is going to get the business. It's going to enhance their future. I'm happy to do it. I sell it to them first with the $25,000. If I take that off the $130,000 that the guy still owed me, this Doug Davis still owed me, he owes me $105,000. I'm walking away from it. I'm not going to chase him down. I'm not going to go find his dad and shoot him. I'm not going to shoot Doug Davis. I'm not going to shoot his kids. I'd like to. I guess if the opportunity put itself in front of me in the next 60 days, 50 days, whatever it is, I might do it. I do have the wherewithal to do that. But I don't think that's going to happen. If I had the money that I've lost, I'd be a very wealthy man. But that's the problem. Is it because I have a good nature? Or is it because I'm a coward that I don't chase these people? What is it? I'm not really sure. I bent over backwards to help this guy down there in Boulder make it. He had it for 7 years. How can you fail after 7 years? I'll tell you how you can fail. Drugs, alcohol, prostitutes, an oversized ego. I don't know. There's many different ways. That's why this guy failed. He stole some of my equipment. He owes people money down there. He left the place a filthy mess. That evil will be returned to him. If it already hasn't, the guy has had a pretty miserable life. But getting back to me, on the other hand, I have had a perfect life up until 1999, when I found out what the Thompsons had done to me in 92. And I am not going to take it. And I have to use the resources that I have, the wherewithal that I have, the ability that I have, the knowledge that I have, to make this right. I am not walking away from it. Maybe I'm being a coward by doing what I'm doing. Because without a doubt, I'm doing what you have done. I'm lying. I'm conspiring. I'm keeping things secret. And it's going to happen. And I believe that is a coward. You were cowards in the way that you dealt with me. The 10 years that I was in Granby. You people were cowards. That you could come to me and say, Marv, we want you out of this town. We hate you. We hate the FDIC. We hate how you benefited from the FDIC's actions and our misfortune and our stupidity. But none of you had the guts to do that. You had to take me on en masse. Well, I'm going to take you on by myself. It's the only way I know how to do it. I'll be dead when it's over, but that's my conviction. And for the people that are out there that hear this, that can stand listening to it, please pray for me. Pray for my soul. I believe that I'm doing the right thing. I don't think God would have let me get this far if it was the wrong thing. I don't think God would have given me the successful life that I had. I call it successful. I think I was a very poor person most of my life. But for who I was and what I was, I think I was a very rich man. And I'm thankful to God for giving me that life and giving me what I had. I mean, without a doubt, I made sacrifices. I didn't have a wife. I didn't have family. But God built me that way for a reason. And we're here today. And I'm going to carry that cross. I'm going to fulfill the reason He built me. All right, I'm going to stop again. Okay, I'm back. It's 10:27 on the 13th of April in the evening. I hope that the people of Granby learn that the way you punished me over the years that I was down there and how you punished me, for the most part, turned me into a desperate man. And desperate men do desperate things to recover a lot of times. And just for an example, I want to use nature as an example here. In nature, wolves and coyotes and, all the aggressive animals, they have their territory. They have their mates. And in nature, even an animal will fight to protect, some of them. Some of them are, what do they call them, deadbeat dads. But, a mother, just look at the mother. She will fight to protect her young. And she will protect her territory. And a male will definitely protect his territory. If he doesn't, he'll be overrun. Now, if an animal will do this, why wouldn't a man? Now, did my buying that property make you desperate? It shouldn't have. My buying that property should have had no influence on you whatsoever. You should have realized it for what it was and moved on. But it did make you malicious and hateful. And you came after me. And I tried to protect my property. To protect the peace and quiet of that zoning, of the neighbors' zoning, of what they were doing. The guy over at the Broken Arrow, I mean, I know that guy was bribed. It's just too obvious. The new building he got from Cody while the process was going on, don't tell me there wasn't a deal there. Sure, Cody would have given that same building to someone else for the same price he paid for it. But a small price to pay for Cody to get his way. It was all bullshit. You know? Why did they get the easements and I didn't? It was because of malice and hate. Why was I so unsuccessful in protecting my property? Because you people needed to be taught a lesson. You all along were thinking that I was the person that needed to be taught a lesson. You were going to show me how it worked in Granby, Colorado. How the real world worked. People, you are so mistaken about the real world. I have walked away from what you've done to me, not on the same scale that you've done to me, on a lesser scale. I've walked away from it many times before. Laughed at you laughed at the people that were doing it to me because you know it's going to come back to haunt them, one way or another. This time, I'm not walking away from it. The real world is going to come back and slap you in the face like you have never been slapped before. And maybe that will make you think the next time, a generation from now, when you start screwing an outsider, when you start screwing All right, we had to flip tape over. When you start screwing somebody who's trying to do something good in that neighborhood, in that community, but it's against your wishes and your will, maybe what happens here this year of 2004, this summer of 2004, maybe you'll remember that. Well, there were, back in the early 1900s or late 1800s, there were 4 people died up here in Grand Lake over the where the county courthouse should be, whether it should be here in Grand Lake or Hot Sulphur Springs. I don't know how many years people remembered that incident, but they still talk about it today. What the purpose of all that, those people dying were, I really don't know. But it seems like this has to happen again and again and again in human nature. That we kill each other. So that the next generation looks at things differently. Where they will open their mind and be open to other people's ideas. It's a cycle. As best I can see it, God is saying that the cycle, it's time to happen again. Hopefully it lasts longer. Maybe it won't last as long. I don't know. You people didn't have to teach me anything. All the crap that you did to me has been done to me before on a much smaller scale. I know I shouldn't have given you the benefit of the doubt. I should have learned. that people are ultimately corrupt. I didn't, I guess. I'm going to have to die with it. Because I'm telling you, I will not live with it. It's about 10:52 on the 13th of April in the evening. It's just another example of how forgetful I am and how sharp I'm not. I've been sitting here talking on this tape today, wishing that I had the documents in front of me all the time. It's been here in the computer. So I'm going to bring some of those up and go over some of the things. I've got a tape and a quarter left here, and then I'm going to be done with this. Well, it's obvious I never got those documents out of the computer, and I have no idea what I was saying. I don't have time to spend listen to this crap anymore. I guess just my final point is that they, if the sanitation board in 1992 would have stayed out of my business, the Thompsons, whoever it was, Dick Thompson, Ron Thompson, Larry Thompson, Randy Schmuck, Bud Wilson, and I'm not sure who was all involved, but they stuck their dirty, stinking fingers in my business, and they did it with malice, and they shouldn't have. And malice begets malice. Had they stayed out of my business in '92, I would have gotten my rental units put up probably in '93 instead of '94, which was only a boathouse at the time, but could have easily been converted to rentals. They just ruined a good man's life, a lot of people's lives. But that's their style. That's what works for them. That's the only way they can stay on top. They can't play on a level playing field. They gotta try to keep people down, and that's okay. Hopefully they'll learn from their mistakes. Half of them are dead. Dick Thompson, Ron Thompson, the Dochef girl, the D&J's son north of me, and I don't know how many else were involved. They're probably dead too. They deserve it. They went too peaceful as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, this tape's probably got a lot of emotion in it, and anybody listening to it, you need to realize that and just take it from there. Anyway, hey, I hope you all have a great time, a good life. I've had a great life, and it's Saturday morning, the 22nd of May, 2004, and I'm gonna put this tape and tape recorder in a plastic bag, and somebody else can try to figure it out. We'll see you later.
September 12th, 7 o'clock.
This will be the first I ever heard of Granby to have three mayors in one night. Turn this meeting over to Dick. Further discussion on the Granby West development.
What am I doing?
The Orion meeting, the subject is the proposed resolution concerning the clarification of the status of the Granby West Industrial apart. And to give you a little background, Faye and Scotty and I went through all the information that we had, which was quite substantial. In the record, and we found this clearly adequate information to meet the standards of the sketch plan. There were some written and graphic deficiencies which are outlined in Exhibit A to meet the requirements of preliminary code, which are identified to you in Exhibit A of the resolution.
Well, just sort of by way of background, there was some confusion, I would guess characterize. There were really two things that prompted what's before the board tonight. One was that there was some confusion between the applicant and the opponent to this application as far as what stage in the process it was in. And the other thing that happened was there was a threat of litigation by the opponents and then later one by the applicants against the town. And as a result of that, the town board met an executive session with myself. Out of that, I went back and looked at the PDO process, and staff looked at the materials that have been submitted so far to see what stage of the process they satisfied. As a result of that meeting and my discussions with the town board, I put together a resolution number 2000-9-12B, which I think is before the board. And my recommendation is that the board adopt resolution 2000-9-12B. What that resolution does, in essence, is it recognizes that there is a pending application. It clarifies that the pending application is sufficient to satisfy sketch plan and that it is now at the preliminary plan stage. As you may recall, there are 3 stages for a PDO application. There's sketch plan, there's preliminary plan, there's final plan. And at both the preliminary plan stage and the final plan stage, it goes to both the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees. So, to clarify what stage it's in, staff went through and looked at the documents and concluded, as I have, that it is in the preliminary plan stage, that there are some items that need to be added to the application so that it is complete. And those items are listed on Exhibit A to the resolution. And the resolution, in essence, says that once those items are received, then the town staff will deem the application to be complete, and it will be at the preliminary plan stage, and then go to the Planning Commission, and that at the request of the applicants, the next step, that is, when it would actually go to the Planning Commission, would be after November 15th, and that the matter would then move forward to the Planning Commission and Board of Trustees for the preliminary plan stage, and then later at the final plan stage. So that's what the resolution does. Any questions by the board? Matter and probably unless it's going to change the circumstance, probably it's about continue. So can't really vote on it tonight. Obviously, everything you can do is state.
I think that's true. What I think we've found is, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, the preliminary plan is what we thought the final was. The preliminary plan is actually the rezoning portion of the process. So if that were approved, it would be more, the final plan is administrative, making sure everything is in place. So once you approve a preliminary plan, you can't go back at the final and say, no, it's your time, this isn't good.
As long as the final plan supports the preliminary plan, that's our preliminary plan is already approved. I think probably can, if somebody wants to, away, because I know that there's people here tonight that want to address the board, and we can probably take those comments with the understanding that there will be board action since there's not a quorum.
We do have a meeting, or there will be a discussion about a meeting to interview replacements for Woody. So we could continue this subject to whatever that date is, this resolution to that date.
Could you just do the fourth Tuesday of the month, which would be the 26th?
You've all heard the statements. Does anyone in the audience wish to address the board at this time, understanding that there will be no action taken this evening? Mr. Daly?
We'd like a copy of the resolution, the proposed resolution. We haven't seen that. I just brought it up tonight, and we're glad to get you. All right. And could I have just a second here?
That's the resolution, sir.
All right. Is there, okay, there's an exhibit attached to it, so it's correct, all the 4 pages.
Yes, sir.
We've got a difficulty with the fourth Tuesday. Is there a way that we can kick it over for 2 weeks beyond that? I don't know, do you folks meet twice a month or once a month?
Normally we meet once a month unless we see the necessity of meeting twice a month, and I don't see any reason we couldn't continue to the next regular board meeting if that's the board's desire and object to that.
I've got a difficulty with fourth Tuesday, and that's obviously going to be a very important meeting for us. So I appreciate the board's consideration.
Anything else? Mr. Heemeyer?
Could I also get a copy of that resolution?
Certainly.
So do you know when the next regular meeting will be?
Second Tuesday of October.
Okay.
I'm not absolutely certain on the date.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully it'll be the 10th to get back to the October 10th.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion to continue this matter to the next regular board meeting.
So moved.
So moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. I turn the meeting to the council.
You probably want to go down to...
Do you have a copy of the agenda?
No, this is the 2009 this resolution. His resolution, approving development. Should you? This time we will hear,
All right, that was the entirety of the tapes from Marvin Heemeyer, the KillDozer creator, the gentleman who was fucked over by an entire town zoning board, and over the course of basically 10 years, destroyed the man inside and out, causing him to take extreme measures, to say the least, to feel heard and to feel like he mattered. As I said earlier, no person should ever be pushed that far. It's completely unacceptable. Ever. Those were all the tapes. It restarted because I watched all. There are 4 tapes and 7 sides, and we will listen to all 7. So, and I've double checked to make sure from multiple sources. I picked this one because it included the extra meeting thing. I wasn't sure if anyone would find it interesting or not, but I grabbed it anyway. So there's that. Now, having listened to all that, to me it's clear that this gentleman was pushed into really a no-win situation over the years. It really tore him apart inside and out. And that's just too much. And to force a man into that situation, any person into that situation, is abhorrent, to say the least. No one should suffer like that at the hands, especially the hands of a government body. A zoning board should not push you so far to you wanting to take your life and to spend a whole year putting together your means of exacting revenge or whatever you would call it to do so. It's, I don't want to say excessive, but it got the job done, didn't it? Listening to that, I don't see Marvin as being crazy. You would have heard it from the beginning if he was, say, sociopathic or psychopathic. Other things would have been more clear. No, I don't see that. I see a desperate man. A desperate man holding on to a lot of pain and agony, trying to find an answer to a situation that's just, it's a no-win. Marvin was put into a really fucked situation. It was awful. No one should ever have to deal with that. This almost is typical signs of what you would see in someone leading up to depression. You know, this is the depression almost to the T. You can hear it in his voice as he tells the story of, I moved to this really cool place, I did really well, I was successful, to I start getting fucked over by these people wanting this concrete plant and this and that. And you hear the life being sucked from his body. It's portrayed in that audio in a way that I don't think many could actually do on their best day trying. I think in his effort to describe what he is going through and how it's been causing him to feel, I think it caused the truth to rise to the top, whether intentionally or not. And you could feel the pain, the agony, the loss. He got pushed to his limit. It went too far. As Nerd Trimble said, he was backed into a corner. I would completely agree with that. I would agree with the idea of, Just like Wardbearer says, he was worn out and frustrated. He was a victim of a shitty city board who was trying to, instead of look out for the town, look out for their own personal interests. Taking advantage of a position like that, oof. Not only legally wrong, but morally wrong as well. Right? I shouldn't be trusting you to look out for the safety and zoning of my community, but yet all you're worried about is getting your own pet projects pushed through? Yeah, I don't think so. That's just not okay to me. I'm not an expert in this exact situation, but I can tell you that from people I've worked with depression, this is what I would hear over multiple sessions, describing where I went from to how I got here to how it's not a crazy man. Marvin was not crazy. I'd stake my license on that. I'd stake my career on that. He was your everyday man pushed into an extraordinary situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take any questions real quick, because I honestly wasn't sure how this was going to end up going. If we came across an interesting pathology, it might have been more interesting to explore. But it's surprising, isn't it, to see that such a weird event, such a major event, was nothing more than a man pushed past his limits. Wasn't crazy, wasn't a psychopath, wasn't trying to murder tens of people. He just wanted people who hurt him to feel the same kind of pain he felt. Didn't want to kill them necessarily. I mean, he mentioned potentially doing it, but I don't think he would have actually done it. I think he was more focused on, getting his revenge in his way. And he did. But it should have never gotten there. He was trying to live the American dream that everyone was told is achievable, and he got screwed by greed because he was not part of the cool kids club. Pretty much that. And then Wardbearer asked, if this kind of depression is common, how do you stomach your line of work? I mean, I have depression. I've had depression before I started being a therapist. I'll have depression probably for a long time. It comes with who I am. It's how I deal with it. I try to, find healthy ways to deal with my own depression and anxiety, my ADHD, the other stuff, because, my depression's driven by a lot of things for me personally. I've got my back issues, chronic pain, so I'm on pills all the time. I miss pills. I go into withdrawal. And then Pixlexi also mentions that therapists actually usually have their own therapist. Pretty much all my coworkers have their own therapist. My psychiatrist, I know she has her own therapist. I'm pretty sure my psychologist has her own therapist. Yeah, it's actually pretty common. In fact, I recommend it. Just like I recommend anyone with emergency services, police, fire, EMS, dealing with child abuse in those kind of systems. You gotta have a way to let it out. The product of building all that shit up is the kind of thing you see Marvin do. It comes out in an explosive way. His explosive way was using a bulldozer to demolish chunks of Granby, Colorado. Other people's comes out in you know, killing multiple people at, you know, schools or colleges or public events. Or, you know, some people's depression comes out in, you know, beating their partner or beating their children or molesting their children or molesting their partner. Some people don't even recognize that they're engaged in that kind of act. Some people are just like, if you have a situation where you're very depressed, you'll do the things that you enjoy because they're the few things that remain that make you feel good and give you some sort of hope. So people will gravitate towards those. I gravitate towards dicking around on my computer, getting online, getting on Discord, getting on YouTube. I have work to do. Do you see me doing it right now? No, because I need this. This is what helps keep me sane. I recognize I need this. Do I maybe make it worse on myself by doing this first instead of doing my work? Yeah, probably a bit. But I know after the week I've had, I can't just jump straight into work on a Sunday. After barely sleeping the last 3 or 4 days, nah, I gotta take it in my way. You have to find coping mechanisms that work for you. And the most important thing you can do doesn't have to involve money, doesn't have to involve fancy gifts. All it needs to be is, I'm here. If you want to talk, I'll listen. And all you need to do is listen. You don't have to give advice. You don't have to say anything. Acknowledge, active listening skills. Let them know that you're paying attention. Let them know you're trying to understand what they're going through. That sounds horrible. I can't believe that you went through that today. This was really, I can't believe your boss did that. That sounds awful. Your dad's been doing that. I'm sorry that you're going through that. I'm here to help, but we can get you help. Whatever it is, you can do that. Be that person that stands out. Be the person that someone can call at 3:00 in the morning because you're the person that they know will pick up the phone and will talk to them through no matter what's going on. Because those are the things that save lives. More lives are saved before I ever see someone. More lives are changed by people being a good friend, a good neighbor, a good coworker, good brother, a good sister, good aunt, uncle, mom, dad. A strong support system, whether it's your family, your friends, just people you just know randomly, you pass them by, but you can trust them. That's where you get to see a lot of change. If Marvin had that, things might have been differently. I don't think he did. He didn't have a family, right? He didn't have a wife or children. He didn't have anyone he could just talk to about shit. He had a lawyer who was, taking money from him. Didn't really give him a chance to process his feelings. He might have been, yeah, I'm here to help you through your lawsuit. We'll get them, but that's not talking about your feelings. That's talking about the facts of the case. You need to have that kind of setup. Squishy asks, what do you think his reaction would have been to all the stuff that went down during 2020? We saw a lot of small businesses and livelihoods destroyed by hypocritical city, state, and governments. My hope would be that one day in the middle of the pandemic, suddenly nationwide, the militia of KillDozers just springs forth from buildings all across the country to retake the different cities and states, and no one saw it coming. That's what I would have hoped would have happened if he was still around. Arc 5 says, would think you would have to, even if there was nothing up with you from the get-go. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by that. as far as therapists or as my line of work. It's not an easy line of work. I love it. I don't find getting up every day a chore. I love being able to get up. I love being able to go talk to the people I work with. I work with a lot of kids. I love going to work and talking to some of these kids. It is a special feeling to know that, this person, this 8, 10, 12, 14, 16-year-old, they're trusting you to a degree they trust no one else because they know you're not going to say shit to anyone else legally and ethically. That they can talk about the stupid shit they've done or the things that they're afraid to talk to their mom or dad about. And, I take a real sense of I do have pride in my job. I do really appreciate the feedback I get from my clients. I always tell them, you're always willing to tell me if I'm fucking up. You can call me out if I'm doing something stupid. If you don't like it, let me know. I'm here to do the best for you. And if that means doing better, I will do better. So, let's see, another question. Would he have had an outcome if he had more of a family or other support system? I believe he was alone. Yes, so that's what I was just saying. I think that would have been a huge game changer. Instead of it ending up this way, maybe he pushed forward with legal battles a bit more. Maybe the fights, maybe he went to the media somehow. I don't think we would have had the KillDozer. I don't think you could have hid that from your wife or your children for a year as you're trying to build it when you're not home. It's easy to live in and out of your former workplace for a year when you have no one who cares where you're at. It's a lot harder to do when you have a wife and kids at home. And then Nerd says, ever hear of Don Ritchie, Australian Angel? A guy lived across the street from a huge Australia suicide spot in over 50 years. He saved over 160 people by just going to talk to them. Holy shit, I did not. Let me write that down because that is potentially going to be a show idea. No, I'm definitely going to check that one out. Thank you for the idea. I look forward to researching that because that is amazing. 160 people's lives were changed. One person changed 160 people's lives for the better. He saved 160 lives. I'll never save that many. I never saved that many as a firefighter. I never saved that many doing what I did, doing what I do now. I mean, maybe if you would consider every person I see as a life saved, but I mean, that's stretching. It's a lot different when you're taking those steps to, finally going to commit the act versus, hey, I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling depressed. Let me talk to a therapist. That's a good place to be. You want to be there. Also, real quick before, we finish up here, I want to get some F's in the chat for Don Ritchie. He did pass away in 2012. It looks like from what I'm reading. Yes, he passed away May 13, 2012. Officially rescued 160 people who intended to commit suicide by jumping off a Sydney cliff called the Gap. So 160 lives saved. And imagine the life, what was that movie that was from, I think the 90s or 2000s, where you would, there was the kid and he did the pass it on thing or pay it forward. Pay it forward was the movie? I think it was Pay It Forward, right? So imagine those people walk away from that and they're able to pay forward the amazingly good deed of Dawn. And they just impact 2 more lives. That shit cascades quicker than anything. That's the kind of shit that puts me out of business, right? In a perfect world, I would want my job to not exist. If there's enough of a demand to put me out of a job because people are able to finally help each other again, trust one another again, and be each other's support systems, I will happily hand in my resignation. Because that is the world I want to live in. I want people to be comfortable talking and sharing some of their most intimate and personal details with one another. I will have a show sometime in the near future where I go into some of the things that led up to my depression. I have yet to do that. No one here really knows that. But it will be an interesting show. Not because I'm trying to be self-centered, but because some of the things I have yet to share will probably shock a lot of people. And it's not that I've been purposely trying to hide anything. It's been just I've been more focused on this. But so let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and, unless there's any more questions in chat, I'm going to wait for the 35, 40 seconds for you guys to get caught back up. Unless there's any other questions, I'll go ahead and close this out. And then I got to go pick up some stuff for my wife on my return. If I have nothing on my slate, I think I might fire up the stream again. And maybe we'll watch some Rescue 911 videos or something like that to unwind too. Just for some fun. Nothing serious. The proper answer to that is you are a degenerate. No. I would think it would depend on whether the Fuda is masculine or feminine. If it is a feminine Fuda, then no balls. It looks better. If it's a masculine, then obviously you would want the balls. You know, just like, I'm not even going to go there because this will get clipped and taken out of context. I swear it will. But for that, the context will be if it's feminine, no balls. If it's masculine, balls. And if the penis is feminine, it's not gay. So, thank you for the stream, Will. Just good seeing everybody. Good chat. Sorry it ran for 5.25 hours. I will, again, see if I can jump back on here in a bit and do another stream. Again, probably a chill stream. Something relaxing. So, nothing compared to Phil and Drex. Look, if it's got a dick, it better have balls. Look, there are some beautiful traps and trans women who do not have balls. And then the smooth lines look great. How can you hate that? The testicles in the sack, it throws things out of proportion. It just doesn't fit. You have that smooth. I'm not going there. This is an OnlyFans content. So if you'll go to my OnlyFans to hear more about this, we'll be happy to pick it up from there. Also, real quick, obviously, let me get the shills in real quick. So if you need to, real quick, let me go ahead and change the ticker to my information so you can follow me on locals at kenscounselingcouch.locals.com. If you like what I do here and you'd like to help support me for $5 a month, you can support me there, get access to supporter only live chats, soon to be supporter only content, and other things like that. I am available on Discord. You can hit me up at Ken Jennings #0878. And if you need to email me for anything, you can email me at kenjenningskf@gmail.com. And then also, just trying to see if I have anything else to show here real quick. I think that's it. if you want to subscribe to, or if you want to support me on Locals, you can do so and get a month free by using the promo code NWORD. So that is, hold on, here. Promo code. Okay, there we go. So, Ken's Counseling Couch.locals.com. Use promo code NWORD for 1 month free. That's a running promo code. I added a couple streams back for fun, but it should still work. If it doesn't, let me know. Say thank you, whether you listen to me in the background or you listen and actively participate. The fact that you're watching and streaming. I think today I had the most viewers on a stream I've had so far. Somewhere up to 12 to 14, I think. So I think this is a peak for me for most viewers on a stream, as far as the highest number. Also, I think the highest number of concurrent. I know it fluctuated up and down, but it's been around 10 to 12 for most of the stream. Ark, you can get one on the show I'll be doing with Drexel. He will be doing, we'll be going over a article titled "Who is allowed to say the N-word and other things to consider," is basically the title of it. So once we get the all clear from Drexel, I have created an official N-word pass signed by Drexel to hand out to all my viewers that you can screen grab. And then you will officially have it, and you can use it in any and all social situations you may run into. As far as the effectiveness of that, I can't guarantee it. So, but if there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and let you guys go. Because I'm trying to fix my countdown timer, and my wife has been wanting me to go get this food. I'm not going to play the intro or the outro today. So again, I'll wait another 30 seconds for any final questions to pop up because I know there's a delay. And then if not, you guys can go ahead and enjoy the rest of your Sunday now. And probably in an hour or so, check back for a scheduled stream for Rescue 911. I'll probably schedule it for 7 Eastern because I should be able to get back by then, get set back up and all that. So, yes, I'm going to go avoid the wife aggro because she's sick. So, she is not feeling good on her way home from work. So, generally a good idea to do what she says, lest I get my head bit off or something. You know how that works. So, but thanks guys for, again, following, supporting, just being a part of this. I'm at over 360 subs now. I don't know how, but keep it up. Maybe we'll hit 1,000 one day. If we hit 1,000 subs by the end, what's the June 6th? If we can get to 1,000 subs by August 1st, I'll do a 24-hour stream. You can hold me to that, and I'll even put it in the stream as a banner. So that way you can hold me to it. There you go. So you can clip that. And unfortunately, I can't. It's too far, and I don't have the money after just blowing over $500 or more to get all this stupid shit fixed with my house. Probably closer to $1,000 over the last month just fixing shit in my house. So I have really bit into my fucking around money. So, but I'll let you guys go. Enjoy the rest of your Sundays, and if I see you back for the Rescue 911 stream later, or whatever we end up doing for chilling around, I will see you guys then. As always, take care, stay safe, and make sure you're looking out for those around you, friends, family. Make sure everyone's all good and everything. Say, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.